Like there are 34 of us. That's a good crowd. So welcome to everyone, and thank you all for choosing to attend this meeting this morning. A lot of work has been put into building the agenda and the materials that we want to work with. And we've really worked to have lots of discussion time. And you can see that in the agenda, and we really mean it. So as you want to weigh in, please do. Remember the concept of Ibcc is let's at least a couple times a year, all of us get together and look at the statewide view, partly from a roundtable's point of view, but remembering that all water issues affect all of us across the state, and here's where we like to have that statewide conversation. So here's our chance. Just be comfortable and weigh in, and we'll try to stay on time so that we don't waste anybody's time. So it's all I want to do. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope you are too.
Thanks so much, Russ. And again, welcome everybody. I want to just run through a quick few procedural items, if you don't mind. Maybe first, I will just double check with Sam. How are we looking for our quorum today?
We have a quorum.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, and then next item, we're blistering through this. So next item, I will just talking about our agenda today. I know you've all seen that, and we can pop the link to that in the chat just so you have it handy. But are there any quick comments on the agenda that anyone would like to make, or something you would like to see added? Okay, and are there, in terms of approving the agenda for the meeting then, are there any objections to doing so or abstentions? Oh, I see a hand raised. Ed Millard has a hand raised.
I received a document for a Yampa roundtable this morning, and it sounded like they wanted it on the agenda. I was just curious if that was going to be discussed today.
Yeah, good point. Thanks for bringing that up, Ed. And yeah, I talked to Jeff and Tom, and as a policy, we just typically do not send out blanket emails from the state that are from individual Ibcc members. But I will follow up with those guys on how we could share and facilitate. I was going to actually ask you guys during a later section if we're okay with just sharing emails so that we could send that out, or that Tom and Jeff could send that out on behalf of the Yampa. But yeah, we followed up with Jeff, and Jeff, when we get into the demand management conversation, definitely, I don't know that there's time in our agenda to, again, walk through point by point, but certainly hoping that you'll kind of on a high level address that, and then maybe we can plug that into a later agenda for our next meeting if we need to, or see where we go from here based on the other meetings that we have. And so maybe Jeff, if you're on, I see you on here. I'll just flag that that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure, Russ, that seems just fine.
Awesome, thank you so much.
I'm sorry for the timing of sending that out so late. We didn't really receive the final vote of ratification till Friday, and so the timing wasn't great. But thanks for looking at that thing, read it, and we're happy to discuss any aspect of it.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Yeah, and I should just say Jeff and Tom have been really great to work with. And we had a meeting with Jeff, Tom, Amy, Greg, myself, and Director Brown to just kind of discuss through, and have been on, this has been a topic for a long while now on the Yampa agenda and their Big River meeting, so the Yampa White Green. So we will continue those discussions and look forward to hearing your thoughts on that later today, Jeff. So with that addendum there, just noting that we will kind of fold that into the later discussion and flag that for future discussion as needed. Is there any abstention or objection to the agenda today? Okay, and hearing none, I will just, our last kind of point of order here is the meeting minutes from last time. You see they're a lot more, now that we're recording, especially a lot more streamlined and really in line with how we do board meeting minutes. But are there any comments on the meeting minutes from the last Ibcc meeting? Okay, and any objections or abstentions to approving the meeting minutes? Okay, hearing none, I think we've kind of got through our business today, and I'm excited to I think we've got a good meeting packed. And as a reminder, I'll say that we have, I was reminded yesterday in our PEPO meeting that there's a lot of turnover on Roundtable. There's been turnover on IBCC, some that I think Director Mitchell will speak to here in a minute. But as we get new members in, it's important to kind of highlight where we've been and where we're going. I think that some of the topics that we teed up today, well, really all of the topics are directly related to the input that we received from IBCC last time on the things that you wanted to hear about, and I'm excited to dive into that. And with that, we're lucky today to have Director Mitchell with us, and she wanted to say a few words, so we can click next slide and let Becky talk here.
Yeah, thank you, Russ and everybody for being here. I asked to be here today, and which I guess I don't have to ask, but I asked to speak today. Just to first off thank Jim Yan for his service on the CWCB board, and we're glad to still have him on the IBCC. So I wanted to make sure to put a little bit of pressure for him to stick around and stay on the IBCC. We do that just as we welcome Robert Sakata to the CWCB board. So he took Jim's place. And with that, that leaves a vacancy on the IBCC. So we have a new representative in Bo Schaefer, who I hope we'll all get to know more. Bo is able to make it today just on short notice. He may have to step out for a portion, but welcome to Bo. And then I also wanted to just take a quick moment and thank the IBCC for all their input over this last year and for the work that you're doing in your basins and doing the basin implementation plan updates. I know that's a heavy lift, and it is the heart of what the water plan is. And so I wanted to make sure to thank everybody for that. There's been a lot of conversations, and a lot of those have led to really tough discussions through that process. And all of this has happened during a pretty difficult year. 2020, 2021 is definitely gotten better, but it's been a difficult year. And those difficult conversations are necessary. They have to be. We have to keep having those difficult conversations. It's hard to come to consensus, and that's what we should always strive for if we can. Sometimes we can't, and that's why we have the ability to vote for a majority opinion, and that action is also a tough conversation to sometimes have. That takes leadership. So Jim Yan, I hate to keep calling on him, but at our last board meeting as the CWCB director, reminded us of all the loss that many of us have faced this year, whether it's COVID, drought, fire, or any other reason. Some of us have lost family members, myself included, this last year. What most of us need is not to make the tough conversations harder than they have to be. So now more than ever, we have to be careful to make sure we're treating each other with respect and kindness, whether you're talking to a board member, a roundtable member, staff, a contractor, a facilitator. We need to strive to make the words that we use something that we'd be comfortable seeing in the press. We have a code of conduct at DNR, and just like our DNR travel policy, much of that applies to you as IBCC members and roundtable members, and as legislatively defined bodies. So when the roundtables were set up, and some of us here remember that, when the roundtables were set up, they were the bones of how we should run House Bill 1177. And some roundtables had bylaws that helped flesh out their operations. Across the challenges of having remote meetings and tough conversations, and the many challenges our basins have had this last year, it's really taught us whether the process is change or culture. What we need is change or culture change. And we need to reaffirm what DNR and CWCB expects from roundtables in terms of procedure and demeanor. I think that's incredibly important. I've been talking to roundtables. I've been visiting with them. I have a schedule to make sure I visit each roundtable over the next couple months. And I just want to take a moment to let everybody on the IBCC know we'll be sending out a set of key expectations for roundtable meetings, process, and behavior. This code of conduct sets our expectations and embraces many of the values and principles that are already present in our roundtables and their bylaws. Where they are not, we hope the roundtables adopt this code of conduct. It's important that we meet. Things are still moving. We know with the drought ever present, our work is even more important. So we have an obligation of water leaders in the state to meet and make sure we fulfill our duties. And while doing that, we need to make sure that, like the IBCC charter says, create a positive environment for a statewide perspective. I just want to highlight, we need to be careful as we send emails or language in meetings. I would like to create a positive environment and be for all of us to be a part of that and really set an example, not only across the state, but across the nation of how we can solve differences. And so I'm hoping that folks really make sure that they're continuing to meet and make sure they get all of their quorums. A lot of things have to be addressed at a roundtable level, and making sure there's a standard of expectations and a way to address all of these things is helpful. So continue to meet, try to meet, and make the big decisions. I will be sending out that set of expectations in the code of conduct next week, and I'll urge each roundtable to review and adopt these. At a minimum, I hope it helps set each of you and all roundtable members to a better understanding that we do have a responsibility to embrace our better selves. And that is all I have. If anybody has any questions, I'm open to taking them. Please let me know.
Thank you so much, Becky. Director Mitchell, do we have any questions? Andy, I see you're off mute. Did you have a question?
Yeah, if I may, Becky, I really appreciate what you're saying here in terms of developing a consensus around good expectations, good communication, professional messaging, and interaction with one another. And I think that's important. I know we have some new members on the IBCC. I was going to ask if we could get the CWCB staff to send out our bylaws and our charter so that everybody has it fresh in their email. And maybe we can review that, and next time we get together as an IBCC, we could have an agenda item that considers amending either the bylaws or potentially even the charter if we don't find that our bylaws are address appropriate communication in a thorough manner. And I do think, given the statutory setup of this particular committee, I think we would need to change those bylaws and adopt them as a board. And so I think we ought to look at doing that if the committee feels that that's appropriate. So if that works for you, it's more of a statement, I guess, or a request, Becky, than a question about the substance.
Andy, I really appreciate that statement, and I appreciate the initiative there. So thank you for that. I'm going to say staff make that happen. Make sure it gets on the next agenda, and even if we have to have a special meeting, we have some difficult times coming up. All of us do, and if you are a water provider or a ditch rider or anything like that, you know how tough it is right now. And I know this year has been tough on me personally, and we have some stuff coming up with other states, and if we are internally fighting each other or not handling each other in a respectful way, that will be taken advantage of. And I'm not willing for us to go down that path.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Andy. Are there any other questions for Director Mitchell? Bo, welcome.
Thank you. I just want to say by way of introduction, I was on the left-hand water board for 12 years. And in 12 years, there was twice that we made a vote that wasn't complete consensus. And it was only because everybody had the district's interests at heart, and we all knew exactly what needed to be done. There really wasn't any argument when you come down to what you need to do. And the 2 times there was a result, I was one of them just because I'm a contrarian sometimes. And the other one was just a guy just wanted to express a concern. But for 12 years, this board met every month, and we never, but twice, did not make a unanimous decision. So it can be done.
Thank you, Bo, and nice to meet you. You are right, it can be done, and sometimes we do have to express concern and discontent, and I just want to make sure that we're doing it in an appropriate way, and raise flags where they need to be raised, where flags need to be raised. So thank you, Bo, welcome, and we're so glad you're here.
Thank you, Bo. Any other questions for Director Mitchell? All right, and thank you so much, Director Mitchell, for taking the time today. I really appreciate your words and sentiments, and of course, I mean, as Bo said, and we know that, and I think Russ George would back that up. But you know, whether it's the roundtable level or IBCC or anything else we do, I just like Russ George's quote of "We can move mountains through consensus," and so that's always the aim. At the same time, there are going to be difficult decisions. I had a really good conversation. Sometimes I just call and check in with different roundtable chairs, and had just checked in on Garrett Vara, and he had said, you know, I can see that as things get more contentious in some of these issues, we're going to probably have to vote sometimes on things, and that's just it's different than how we've done things before. And at the same time, you know, our first choice is to try to reach consensus. And I think, Andy, to your points, the IBCC bylaws and charter actually do a great job of kind of outlining how you would do that and having a healthy discourse over a couple of meetings before you move to a vote. So absolutely, we'll commit to. I think maybe if it seemed more effective to me, we used to have the bylaws and charter up on the old website, and I noticed too that they weren't that didn't transfer over. So what we can do is we'll post them there. That way they're kind of ever present, and then we can send you guys out a link. But we'll make that happen, and then we can absolutely put that on the next agenda to discuss. So good thoughts. Okay, moving along, our next item, we're doing great. I think we're a little ahead of schedule, so that's good. We really wanted to be respectful and build in a lot of time, and I want to make sure that we have adequate time to talk about education. So Kat, if you can click the next slide, I'm going to tee up Lisa Darling and Robert Cicada, who is now moving into his new role, but was kind enough to actually listen in on the PEPO meeting that we had yesterday. And so, Robert, if you have anything to add, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but feel free to jump in. And Lisa, if you want to take it away with kind of a synopsis of what you heard and where you want to go with things, please do.
Thank you so much, Russ. Good morning, everybody. I apologize. I'm sitting in a very sunny window with a shade, so I think I have stripes, but not really. So again, my name is Lisa Darling. I'm the IBCC rep for the Metro Roundtable, along with Dave Bennett. And you'll recall from our last meeting in October, Director George and staff asked for IBCC members who are willing to act as liaisons to the Basin PEPO members, basically forming a working group that was intended in House Bill 1177. So I volunteered to serve along with Robert. And as some of you probably know, I also serve on the Board of Trustees for Water Education Colorado. And so it's a great interest and passion of mine. So I've been able to join the PEPO group for a couple of meetings, a couple of calls, which has just been fabulous. These people are dedicated, passionate group of folks who are really trying to advance education across the state, which is so exciting. And quite frankly, sometimes with very limited resource. And so that creates a challenge. So when Russ, we're on the Russ side, when Russ reported out last time on the importance of education and roles and integration of PEPO and IBCC, how it was all outlined. I think that there's still a lot more conversation to be had. The conversations that I've been hearing with the PEPO liaisons is that there is still question about expectations and roles for PEPO, but for all of us, for the Roundtable and IBCC as well. And I think what you heard Director Mitchell saying is, you know, there are a lot of new people, and there is a conversation I think to be had about revisiting some of the understandings and expectations of our roles. So we'll be continuing those discussions. And then I thought what I would do, and Robert, please chime in at any time. I thought what I would do is just go over the agenda from yesterday, which I thought was really, really interesting, because it kind of created that same framework. It created the same palette that we're talking about, the canvas that we're talking about, because we talked a lot about coordination and consistency. We talked a lot about, for example, web portals for communication, and how some roundtables have very advanced, very interactive web pages. Some don't have a web page at all for information. Some don't have the resources to keep those web pages current, which I think we all know in social media is so important, right? If you have a communication tool, it has to be kept current. So we talked a lot about getting that coordinated and getting that equity kind of created across those platforms across the state. We also want to develop additional shared resources, and the staff has done a great job on engagecwcb.org. There's now a PEPO page that can be accessible by the PEPO reps to share ideas, to share forms, to share videos, to share information packets, etc. We spoke a lot about that webpage and then kind of bridging over onto the roundtables. And as Becky said, all of these new folks, some of the roundtables have really developed these great roundtable member onboarding processes and packages of information that helps new folks coming in really understand the roles and obligations that they're taking on when they accept a position either on the roundtable and or the IBCC, which is great. So many of you probably know, hopefully all of us know, that the roundtables have education action plans. And those are periodically updated, and they're in the process of being updated. And so we talked about aligning those EAPs, those education action plans, with what's happening on the Basin Implementation Plan updates, sort of moving towards Water 2022. And in some cases, we had a conversation, in some cases, some of the roundtable BIP updates really have an education focus, really have an education angle to them, some not so much. And so how can we create, again, that consistency across the roundtables? So we also talked about setting up an education workshop. Now the workshop's purpose would be to invite the PEPO liaisons and other interested folks to sort of think outside the box and start looking at some of these issues of education and how to create the synergy between the roundtables, PEPO, and then also the liaison with the IBCC. So that will be set soon, and that date will be sent out for anybody who is interested. And I think that that'll be really exciting. The PEPO reps, every roundtable should be so proud, because this is going to be exciting to move this forward and really elevate, I think, the PEPO role. And so then the last thing I had, and then I'll stop, because I know I'm going on a little bit and I don't want to ruin Russ's agenda dance that he's got going here. The staff has done, I can't say enough about the CWCB staff. Ben and Kat and Sam, and of course, Russ always is there, really trying to support this PEPO effort and really trying to, as I said, elevate the conversation and bring out the importance of education and outreach across the state. But Russ mentioned yesterday that, you know, there's been a recognition that it's important that the PEPO group and roundtables have that additional support. And so to that end, they'll be looking for a new staff person to support the education, the PEPO program, as well as probably some of the equity programs, I understand, and that job description will be put out. And so soon an additional team member will be joining us. But I wanted to say happy anniversary, 1 year anniversary, Sam Stein, And happy almost 1-year anniversary to Kat. And Russ, with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions. And of course, Robert, you're also, if there's anything you'd like to add, that would be awesome.
That was perfect. Yeah, Robert, is there something that you would like to add?
I would just echo what Lisa said. It's my first PEPO meeting, that joint meeting, and I was really excited to see the enthusiasm behind that and the people involved and what they've accomplished really on their own so far. Echo again Lisa's comments about CWCB support and what direction that's going. I think we're all an important avenue for communication, and I hope that you take that all back to your roundtables as well, that each of us play a role in getting the word out about Colorado water, and I think that's a role that we all need to take very seriously. So good job, everybody. Thank you.
And I will, I'll ask for questions, but first I would just like to build on that. And for first, big thanks to Lisa and to Robert. A great summary, Lisa. I appreciate the detail. And yeah, I mean, what all of you do and what all the roundtable members do as volunteers is, quite honestly exceptional. But when you think about the PEPO folks who also have the kind of burden on taking that roundtable level and then trying to echo that out to the world, and really what we've seen over this last year, I think a need to strengthen the connections between Ibcc and the roundtable, which really was the intent of the legislation to begin with, to kind of do both, kind of that back and forth communication, but then also the getting the word out to the broader Colorado community. It's just awe-inspiring, some of the things that these people are doing and trying to do on a very small budget. And so it's great to elevate that discussion. I also really appreciate Russ George and his passion in this space and talking about how, the way that we're successful in meeting our future obligations is sure, it's projects and we need the money to do those projects, and it's all the stuff we talk about every day, but it also means that we are bringing people along with us and making sure that all Coloradans really understand the issues and can help us think through those. So as Lisa noted, we are kind of reimagining what was previously a backfill position for what was previously Craig's position, and backfilling that, thinking about how we make that position have a little bit more of a focus on PEPO as a part of their kind of main priorities, and also just thinking about the kind of equity, inclusivity, and diversity issues and how we can work with that, align with our grant programs. I've heard at almost every roundtable just making sure that we're reaching out to the little guy. I think I would just more broadly say to all Coloradans. I think not everybody really knows what we do, or sadly probably doesn't know what the water plan is. And we just want to make sure as we're thinking about this update that we are thinking about how we are more inclusive. So
Russ, I just wanted to add, one of the things I was so respectful of after hearing the conversation yesterday was how much we ask of these people. And, I'm sure directors George and Mitchell will agree. We ask a lot from our volunteers, but we ask for a lot from our PEPO reps. And so as we have these role conversations about what our roles are, what our expectations are, we have to support one another and understand that, we're all rowing the boat as much as we can in the same direction, and just really appreciate everyone's effort.
Awesome. And with that, any questions for Lisa or Robert? Okay, well, thanks everybody. So now we are going to, and we'll change up things a little bit slightly from the agenda. And Kat, if you can hit the next slide. I've heard this called Ignite style presentation or Pechakucha. And typically when they do this, the slides are running in the background on a time cycle. But I think we've really committed as a group of presenters just to keep our presentation short. I think we've heard a lot from Ibcc of us not wanting, or you not wanting us to just talk at you. And so we wanted to maybe bundle these presentations and then save the questions for the end, which hopefully then we'll just kind of allow for more healthy and robust dialogue and questions coming back from you guys. So myself, Alex Funk, Megan Holcomb, and Matt Lindberg are kind of going to run through a quick series that all in some ways relate to the water plan and are just aimed to give you some updates based on some of the feedback that we heard from you. So when you did that survey last time, you talked a lot about wanting to hear about just where are things at with ATMs, where are things at with We talked about scenario planning, climate change, and the water plan, and what does that look like. So we're going to talk through some of those issues, including forest health, and then end on the funding discussion, which will be kind of after we do a little Q&A for this first group. But these are all really to echo back what we heard from you of the things that you want to hear about. And I think has a nice, especially as we do have one new Ibcc member on board and others listening in, just a little bit of a stage setting of just some of the major issues where we're going. And of course, if you're hearing anything today that you want to dive into more, the idea is maybe we just touch on some issues, and then if you have a desire to dig deeper on something, that we can, certainly look at adding that to our next meeting agenda. So with that, we'll go into the first set, and Kat, if you can click forward, I'll just kick us off here. Go ahead, one more. So I wanted to talk a little bit about just the water plan update and the context for it. And Bo, and maybe for others, this might be just a little bit of level setting, but we did something different. This was captured in the water plan in chapter 6. There are these 5 scenarios, and those scenarios are different versions of what the future might look like based on what happened. Some of those things are in our control, arguably, doubling down on water conservation efforts, for example, and some things are not, like the economy, for example. We've seen that kind of play out. So these scenarios have a flavor of mixing both of those things. 3 of the 5 scenarios have climate change embedded, and scenarios D and E, the last 2, have the warmest climate and the most impacts to hydrology. They also have the highest population growth. And the difference between those 2 often is in that D scenario, we actually have embedded a lot more water conservation, and you can see how that can really impact and make a big difference in mitigating the worst impacts from climate change and population growth, which seem to be, among all the drivers that are in there, some of the 2 loudest signals that you see kind of coming through in the data. And so speaking to the data, we looked at how we take those narratives that are in the water plan and then change those into numbers to effectively be able to model these, and then used our Colorado Decision Support System, or CDSS, to model all 5 scenarios. So you have a wealth of data, and that's all captured in the analysis and technical update to the water plan, which is the artist previously known as SWASI, or the Statewide Water Supply Initiative. And Kat, if you click one more time, I think some numbers pop up here. So just wanted to signal here too that, one thing we've been thinking about a lot is we look at we're working with the roundtables, digging into data and looking at, what is an update? That question kind of comes to me every day, because, we're in the process of learning by doing and doing this together. And as we've gone through this, it seems that, the meat of it is an understanding that in this kind of scenario plan, you have this cone of uncertainty, and the data is going to fan out. We don't know what track we're on, and things will interact. And we're really trying to plan for a broad array of futures. And while we are looking, in this case, out to 2050, and maybe future water plans will get us, farther depending on climate and population data. But as we're looking to that 2050 goal now, and certainly with an eye to, what are these big things we need to tee up and work on, we're really also truly functioning on how we can make a difference and an impact in the near term. It's kind of that no low regrets strategy, which is this no low regrets concept is something that Ibcc has worked on previously and kind of was a precursor to feed into the water plan. But basically, what are the smart decisions we can make now under any scenario that really set us up for success? And then how do we have these interval check-ins where we can see what path we're on and make adaptive changes or potentially reimagine the courses that we're on, or redo the scenarios potentially. And that's something that Megan will speak to. So we're on about a 7 to 8 year update. I just wanted to flag that, if you kind of think about that 2030 timeframe as the next time we do this cycle, and knowing that we're on course now to update the water plan in 2022, I just want to stage set that's really that near term action focus. What are we going to do in the next 5 to 7 years is really the lens we're looking through. And next slide, Kat, please. And I would just say, we've shown this slide a lot, but just for newcomers as well. So this is an image of the analysis and technical update to the water plan. The thing I wanted to flag here, because it's really, in some ways, the way that the process that we're now replicating across the basin implementation planning efforts and the water plan update, is that there's a volume 1 and a volume 2. And volume 1 is about 200 pages. There's an executive summary to that if you want the shorter version, but the bigger point is that volume 2 is just the in the weeds technical memorandum, really deep dive, some potentially even historic kind of context. And you can read that, but it's about 1,000 pages. It's not really the accessible entry point. So we've heard a lot about being more streamlined, more action focused. And as we look through the BIPs, similarly, we have a volume 1, volume 2, and in the water plans, similarly thinking that where volume 2 in those cases are really the original BIPs with any edits or additions that might need to be made there. In the case of the water plan, it may be wholesale, just the original plan, and then we may just kind of contextualize any things that has changed and really look at that volume 1 as the strategy document. And next slide. And so here we are, these are the phases that we're in. And part of the reason I'm talking to you today is just, I want IBCC to really just understand where we're at and be engaged. We've had a lot of people that have gone to engagecwcb.org. We had the Riverside chat. I know many of you were on that, but if you weren't, or if you haven't gone to the website, there is a survey that's on there that's helping us get input on the water plan update, and also highlighting just some current thinking around how we might set that up and the kind of main categories. So we are looking at this as a scoping phase. Part of that is a number of workshops, some of which you heard that are still nascent. So the education workshop is something that we're working on, but there are a number, and you can find these all on the engagecwcb.org website if you go to the water plan status update tab in there, and you can scroll down on the right and it'll say workshops and meetings and click and see the dates that we have set. Some are more a true workshop format, some are us partnering with other groups, some are us partnering with other groups and really doing a report out. But the idea is to really, in each category of muni, ag, environment, and we have, forest health workshop, and we're just kind of continuing to grow that and really trying to use this as a time to bring people into the discussion early before we start drafting, which is our phase 2. And so as we move into kind of closing out this phase at the kind of end of June, and then do a board report out in July, that's when we're really going to start putting pen to paper, digging in deep and coordinating with our board and the legislature. And then about a year from now, when we look at kind of April 2022, having that draft water plan out, and that being open for public comment. And I'll just kind of close with saying, public comment is so important, and that is going to be a featured piece as it was before with the water plan. Many know we have 30,000 comments before, and we're hoping that this scoping phase is actually getting comments on the front end. I think that's borne fruit. I got a paper written yesterday from a collective of groups that was 10 pages on their thoughts of what we were thinking about and what they would like to see. And I think that kind of early input's helpful. But just to note, the BIP efforts will have a public process, and that will go through the end of this year. And then the water plan will have a robust public process as well. And with that, I will turn things over to Alex, and we'll kind of bundle questions here at the end.
Thanks, Russ. Starting to get a little bit of flashbacks as like a high school track relay race here, so hopefully I don't blow it. But anyway, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Alex Funk. I'm the Agriculture Water Resources Specialist with the CWCB. And today I'm going to talk very briefly about two sort of separate issues. One is sort of progress on alternative transfer methods, and agriculture scoping as part of the water plan update. Kat, next slide. So last year, if you all weren't familiar with this report, so CWCB worked with Colorado State University Water Center, the Westwater Research and JUB engineers to conduct a series of interviews with basin roundtables, participants in alternative transfer methods, municipalities, and producers, to essentially get a sense of where there's been some progress made on supporting alternative transfer methods in Colorado, and ultimately the conclusions and sort of recommendations that came out of that interview process were included in what we're calling the ATM Status Report, which was released last summer, and it includes some recommendations and sort of directions, and is going to be hopefully guiding some of our scoping thought processes around ATMs as part of the update. I just want to highlight a few, I think, of the kind of key findings from the report. One is that, and this is, I think one of the, tough conclusions of the report was that, despite significant discussion in the water community about the impacts of buy and dry and a desire to minimize those impacts, buy and dry transactions are still the norm. And, there are other pressures on irrigated agriculture that are still driving, permanent retirement of irrigated lands across the state. And you kind of see this in the technical update. It identifies nearly 78,000 planned ag to muni, or acres coming out of production for planned ag to muni transfers, but even larger acreage reductions for groundwater sustainability goals across the state. So I think it's mainly drawing that this is still a challenge, and there's still a lot of impacts to sort of this process. Another key finding, and I think a slightly more hopeful one, is that we're seeing ATMs being used in a more diverse sort of way of addressing different water resource challenges across the state. And there are many examples of this. I'll highlight one. So CWCB right now is actually working with the Rio Grande Water Conservation District and their sub-districts to actually explore the use of ATMs to help address some of the challenges that sub-districts are facing, mainly locating augmentation and replacement supplies to prevent injury to senior surface right holders in the basin. And so rather than, again, purchasing a farm and drying that up to help augment flows in the basement, there's some interest in utilizing temporary water transactions there. And so we kind of see that, ATMs have certainly evolved beyond just, sort of meeting municipal needs, but, obviously that's still kind of a key feature of the program. I'll just also quickly note that, the report touches on that ATMs are not a silver bullet. They're not the only tool in our toolbox that we have to help address buy and dry concerns. So we're gonna be looking at things like water dedication policies and land use planning, all of which I think affect urbanization rates and dry up. And then finally, just providing more technical assistance and education to encourage more assistance for ATM development. Next slide, Kat. The other sort of thread that we're exploring as part of the Alternative Transfer Methods program is really kind of this issue that we've been hearing some feedback on, and that is that, the ATM program can be a little narrow in its focus and, doesn't necessarily provide direct support for other temporary and innovative water sharing arrangements that are out there. For some examples are, municipalities have water rental programs that a lot of irrigators rely on. There's sort of the discussion of encouraging the use of excess augmentation credits to meet other augmentation supply needs on the South Platte, for example. And then even more recently, there's a lot of discussion on utilizing water from decommissioned power plants to meet current and future water supply gaps. And so all of these under traditional ATM definition wouldn't really fit into that program. But there were the examples of projects that the state should be supporting. And so we worked with Water Now Alliance to conduct a survey to kind of start teasing that out a little bit of what a more holistic ATM program would look like. The first being, if we were to kind of take that broader view, would we need to sort of change the terminology? And so there was a survey sent out. There were 64 respondents from the water community. And this first slide is basically just showing that, there is support for sort of changing the name. So you'll see that there's almost 63% of respondents supporting a sort of a new term that's sort of water sharing. And that's over the ATM. And I think that sort of encompasses the next slide, Kat, which essentially states that, if we were to kind of modify the language a little bit of the program, whether that would sort of encompass some of these broader suite of water sharing leasing activities. And again, there was almost 70% of the respondents indicating that if we were to potentially explore kind of expanding the name and kind of changing it, that it would potentially be able to encompass some of these other innovative water sharing activities that are happening across the state. Now, but I will reiterate that, while we're sort of still in the process of assessing this option, that, the core goals of this program would still be to, minimize permanent reductions in irrigated agriculture, and, the associated public impacts will really remain the central focus of any sort of water sharing initiative at the state level. And next slide, Kat. And then finally, let's give a quick overview of the agriculture component of the scoping process. So we did release the vision document a few weeks ago, and it does highlight, some of the emerging issues and opportunities that we're hearing from ag stakeholders kind of early on in this stakeholder process, and that is, really to kind of maintain focus on economic viability and resilience in the ag sector in the face of things like climate change. Continuing to highlight the public benefits of irrigated agriculture, such as maintaining return flows and wildlife habitat, and making sure that the water plan recognizes those benefits. And infrastructure, aging infrastructure, lack of resources to maintain structures and storage is a huge challenge, and that will continue to be, I think, a big focus of the update. In terms of how we're approaching some engagement on this, in addition to the survey and other things that Russ touched on, we are hosting a series of workshops on different ag water management issues over the next 2 to 3 months. I think we have 5 total currently scheduled. 2 are going to be happening in March. So next week we're going to have one on the Ogallala Aquifer and designated groundwater basins and some topics there. And then I think 2 weeks after that, we're going to be having a workshop on irrigation infrastructure solutions in the ag sector. Those are all open to the public. You can go to the Engage website to sign up for those, and would really welcome Ibcc participation in any of those events. And yeah, stay tuned as more workshops kind of come online. And I think that's all I had. Thanks, Russ and Kat.
Thank you, Alex. And I think that Megan is up next.
Awesome. Thanks for the handoff. I like the track analogy, Alex. Also an event that I ran. So I'm going to cover a few more things about climate scenarios and scenario planning with the water plan. And then I have a few reference slides that I won't dig into super heavily, but they will serve as something that you can look back to refer to the documents that I'll bring up. But basically, I'm here to just remind us all, get us all on the same page, that scenario planning is a powerful process tool, but it's certainly not a magic crystal ball as much as we'd like it to be. It is an approach that recognizes 2 fundamental truths when preparing for the future. And one is that the future is incredibly uncertain. And despite that uncertainty, we still need to make decisions and employ strategies now to better manage our resources over the long term. So those strategies and projects that we do employ now, those actions that we identify in the water plan, those will redirect current trends and alter really the information we have for decision making, in the general tomorrow. So scenario planning relies on identifying key driving forces. We've been calling these drivers in order to build these multiple plausible futures. In contrast, a different technique is a more traditional predict and plan approach, and that approach chooses a single probable future and then adds these boundaries of uncertainty. So the scenarios that we have outlined in the water plan in the tech update, Kat, you could flip to the next slide, please. These really describe not a distinctly different future from one another, but variations of different futures at a 2050 horizon. And the Interbasin Compact Committee and the Basin Roundtables have worked for years in partnership with the CWCB to inform the planning for our state through these scenarios, which were first detailed as narratives in the 2015 water plan. And then we went through the large lift to quantify these scenarios in the technical update methodology. So all of these were originally developed from extended Ibcc discussions that began back in 2011 after the SWASI 2010 document was released, and actually started even before that with roundtable discussions. Just to, if folks weren't involved back then, there were 34 different roundtable generated portfolios that the Ibcc then reviewed and synthesized into 10 representative portfolios. And by portfolios, I mean the narrative description of what these different scenarios look like. And we have, succinctly referred to these as business as usual, cooperative growth, weak economy, for example. So as Russ had mentioned before, 2 of these scenarios, the first 2 you see there, included no significant shifts from an altered future climate. and these serve as a baseline reference for a lot of the work we're doing. The one scenario in the middle, cooperative growth, included a moderate climate change just adjustment factors, and then the last two included climate adjustment factors that are most in line with global scientific assessments from the IPCC. That's the IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and primarily we included CMIP 3 and CMIP 5. So those are up to date as of 2014 reports. So just to recap, Russ had mentioned before that 3 of the 5 planning scenarios include assumptions related to a hotter and drier future climate. And the effort of quantifying these in the 2019 tech update means that climate change is fully embedded in this water plan update. Revising these scenarios at some point will be something we address likely in the next water plan update, and we will have space to evaluate that after this cycle. Kat, you could flip to the next slide. And before I jump into what all of these plans are, just a reminder that one of the technical update, what do we call it? The second, the very in-depth technical memorandums. One of those, I think it's the 13th technical memorandum, really dives into how we've quantified climate change and relates it to precipitation and temperature, even though those weren't the two primary driving adjustment factors that were used. We have a memorandum that really dives into how the scenarios, those 3 scenarios that include climate change, actually translate into factors that we talk about from day to day. So I have here a visual library, a sampling of state plans and roadmaps that are all stakeholder informed documents. The intention of all of these documents is to help guide practitioners on how to consider climate impacts into long-term planning or near-term action. And many of these documents actually build from the 2018 Colorado Climate Plan. That's the document on the left. And that plan originally set forth some general policy vision to adapt our state's communities and economies to the realities of climate impacts and shifting ecosystem conditions. And these plans in more detail provide some specific steps and value shifts that can help us minimize future risk and embrace new economic opportunities. So on this slide and on the next slide, I've linked all of the plans and the tools that you'll see. So 4 of these, so hopefully we could share these slides and they could be a resource all in one place. But I just wanted to note that 4 of the plans that you see here, the bottom 3, and then the Just Transition Plan, they were all released in the last 2 months. So the state is moving really quickly on adding details, actions around what it looks like to prepare for a different climate. And I think these are all really valuable resources. Certainly in the next 5-year cycle, the greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap, the Colorado Resiliency Framework update, the climate equity framework, and the Colorado Just Transition Action Plan are all going to heavily inform policy and stakeholder engagement when it comes to climate-centric planning. Kat, you could flip to the next slide. Thank you. And then also, I won't dig into these, but this slide features 5 different climate adaptation tools with links and description of each resource. These, just to name them, the first one there is the Future Avoided Cost Explorer. That's a big project between the CWCB and DHSEM, which is emergency management. That was released last year, and that is both a new study and this interactive resource online where you could look at what costs might be in the 2050 horizon, including those same scenarios that we have in the water plan. So that that's based on the same data. The second one there is the Colorado Risk Map portal, and there's the Colorado Wildfire Risk Viewer. And the top right one is the Colorado Energy Office released this local government toolkit. It's basically an aggregate of a ton of resources on how to adopt clean energy in local government or local communities. And then that last one is brand new. That's actually a beta version still of the Climate Equity Data Viewer, and have lots more information that is on that. I think that's also a story map, so that explains when you go to that link exactly what that is and what that information will be used for. The last slide I have is also just a reference material slide. Thanks, Kat. We thought it would be helpful to include links to a lot of the drought resources that have come out in the last year. And you know, I won't be going into kind of the status of where we're at. We're all pretty aware we were in drought and we are still in drought, and that is the summary. But we have spent a lot of time and effort on pulling together resources to respond to and to coordinate and to really talk about with some of the same language and new language around how drought is being experienced in all corners of the state. And there's the last two links there, the drought stories and the agricultural drought summary, both came out of a really impressive stakeholder process through the Agricultural Impact Task Force. There's several folks that are on that task force on this call as well. And I just wanted to point folks to those resources because I am really impressed with how they turned out. And they really add not just a story of impacts and how drought hurts us, but actually how we're learning to respond and how we're adapting to the greater frequency and intensity of drought. So there's a lot of impressive lesson learned in real time stories that are included there as well. So that's all I have. I think probably over my 5 minutes by a little bit, but thanks Russ for the opportunity to share these resources.
Thank you, Megan. Great job. And now I will kick things over to Matt Lindberg.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. I'm Matt Lindberg. I'm with Brown & Caldwell. We're serving as the general contractor for the CWCB, supporting them and updating the water plan, but also working with local experts in each basin to update basin implementation plans. And thanks for the handoff, Megan. I ran a few relays myself, and I realized that the last runner needs to be the fastest. I was never the last runner. I was never the fastest, but I will try to be quick today. I'm going to talk a little bit about this forest health study and how it relates to the water plan. The forest health study really came from the listening sessions that the CWCB hosted back in June of 2020. And a couple of things really shone through in those listening sessions. One was that forest health is really important, and that was made even more evident this year with the historic wildfires that we saw. And that wasn't a newsflash. We've known, for a long time that forest health is very important, but we also learned about all of the great things that are going on around the state, and really appreciated how many folks are looking at forest health, how many studies are out there that are examining forest health. And so as we thought about how we could incorporate forest health more fully into the water plan, we thought that just getting everybody on the same page with what's going on around the state, giving folks some common information that they can use to help update their basin implementation plans, and then for updating the water plan, seemed to be a good first step in approaching forest health with respect to the water plan. So if you'll go to the next slide, Kat, our objective for this study is shown here, and it really is about creating alignment with respect to all the great activities that are going on across the state, looking for synergies, and then identifying almost like a menu of things that basin roundtables can incorporate into their basin implementation plan as they see fit, and then actions and strategies that can be incorporated into the water plan update. So as we, and if you can go to the next slide, as we thought about how to approach this, we put together a high-level outline and framework for the study that really had 4 steps. The first is exploring the state of the science. This started with a CWCB and DNR evaluation, and now we're reaching out to experts in the field of forest health and other folks. But looking at what groups are out there, what challenges are associated with forest health, and what tools we're using to evaluate forest health and set priorities. We'll take that information, consolidate it, again, working with experts in the field, experts in roundtables, to identify a series of potential strategies, actions, projects that could be incorporated into basin implementation plans and into the water plan itself. Talk with roundtables and other stakeholders about that, and then give them a chance to adopt those into their basin implementation plans. So if you can advance to the next slide, where we are right now with this study is we're at the end of this data collection process, or nearing the end. We've created a catalog of information that includes a glossary of terms, so get everybody speaking the same language about forest health. We've collected information on different forest health organizations that are working throughout the state, who their contact information is, where they're geographically located and focused, and what objectives they're trying to achieve. We've collected information on tools and different models that folks are using to maybe set priorities as far as where they would best spend money to improve forest health. And then we're also looking at papers and research that have been focused in Colorado that look at forest hydrology. What are some of the conclusions of those papers, and what are some of the outstanding issues that need further research? On April 8th, we have scheduled a workshop where we'll talk about some of our conclusions from our state of the science evaluation. And then we'll also talk a little bit about potential activities, strategies that could be incorporated into basin implementation plans. As an example, maybe a basin could host workshops that get experts together to help share information and help folks on their roundtable collaborate. I'll point to the Southwest Basin Roundtable in November. They had a really good workshop that had a lot of really good information and a lot of good discussion. So maybe that's something that a roundtable would want to adopt as a strategy going forward to help get alignment on forest health. And then also certainly the types of things we want to explore in the water plan. We'll talk about that as well. So with that, Russ, that's all I had there. Want to move on to questions, I think.
Yep, good job. Thanks so much, Matt. I really appreciate all of you. And thanks again to just the entire team for putting this together and trying to keep it short. Hopefully that was a good update and not too lengthy for you guys. But yeah, let's open it up to questions. Are there any questions for any one of us that presented? Or go ahead, Sean, I see you.
Thanks, Russ. Maybe the best slide would, it's a question for you, Russ, I think, but Megan may have had the slide. If it's possible to go back to slides, I call them the Monopoly cards. They were the ones that showed sort of the hot economy and slow economy slides.
Sure. I'm going to adopt that. I like the Monopoly reference.
There you go. So it's been a while since I focused on that, but I don't recall there being a scenario that was hot growth, extreme drought, worldwide pandemic, coupled with economic challenges within local governments and state government. And I'm curious if you guys have been tempted to sort of look at whether 2020 reality has a long-term impact to that first slide that you showed, which was sort of the cone of where the future might be, and has there been enough happening in 2020 and 2021 that might change that future trajectory that we need to sort of either call this the new norm or at least a short-term reality that is having a significant impact on the future, or maybe none at all. Maybe these scenarios are broad enough that it's all sort of covered between A and E.
Sean, excellent point. And I'll probably bring Matt and Megan into this conversation, but I'll kick it off by just saying, you're right. And I think it's the heart of scenario planning is that we don't know what the future is. So, moving away from that model where we said, here's what it's going to be, and acknowledging that it's going to be somewhere on this spectrum is definitely appropriate. And I think your question's well put is, in that spectrum, do we find ourselves, or are we kind of outside that? And I think the answer is, for everything that we're looking at and everything we've modeled, is really data dependent. So weak economy, as you know, I think was part of the reason that got put in and modeled, and part of the reason that you see such a delta between even the gap numbers in the technical update from where things were at in the water plan or in SWASI 2010 is just that the weak economy had such a ripple effect for kind of resetting what the projections were for population growth. So 100% that's going to make it a difference and impact this time. We just don't maybe know exactly how that plays out, but working with the state demographers on that, state demographer's office on that will be key. And Elizabeth Gardner is wonderful to work with and will be also key. And I think another question Lisa kind of had that's related is seeing how far we can look out in the future, because that's part of this too, is how far are we looking? So for now it's 2050. In this version of the water plan update, that's what it will be. But I think what you're bringing up is the need to maybe acknowledge, do we look farther? Do we change these scenarios? And I think that the answer is yes. We may be able to, in the next update cycle, look out to 2060 or 2065. The climate data is largely there. As Megan says, you got to be careful with the crystal ball, but the population data is not. And part of strengthening our data was really working with the SDO to get better data, and their projections are probably going to be more in that 2060, 2065 pocket. So how we bring in any number of things, COVID's impact on the economy, oil and gas, impacts on severance tax, I think the fires that we've seen, there's just a lot to think about how we can include it is big too, right? We talked about forest health and what we can model and how we might be able to integrate those things. So that's on the horizon for things we're thinking about. Megan and Matt, do you have something to add to that?
I might just jump in real quick. As a practical matter, the population projections we used in SWASI 2010 were revised for the purposes of the technical update, and they were lower than what we were using in SWASI 2010, and it was all driven by the recession in 2008. So kind of a practical playing out of what Russ described, and thinking about things like adoption of water conservation. As we go forward and think about these scenarios, we'll be able to sort of track how water conservation has been adopted, and then that plays into how we view the future. So just a couple of points to add to what Russ said.
I just also wanted to note that Barbara had a question here. Let's see if that.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on satellite internet, so there'll be annoying delays. My question has to do with the forecast for the change in precipitation. If you can advance on this climate scenario slide to where the numbers showed at the bottom, did I see a positive change in precipitation forecast for the moderate climate change? Was that a typo?
No, that's right. And what ends up happening is the models do reflect an increase in precip, but because temperatures are warmer, it increases soil evaporation, water entrained in the soil increases evaporative losses, and then that in turn creates a reduction in stream flow. So yeah, there is a little bit of a increase in precip, but on the whole, our runoff is less, our water supplies are a little bit less in that cooperative growth scenario.
And Megan, maybe
I just wonder,
have something to add to. Oh, sorry, Barbara. I was just going to say
I just wonder whether, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, that delay. I was just going to say, I think that what you're seeing too is when you look at climate modeling, you get a lot of agreement on warming, but less agreement on precipitation. And so as you're trying to pick things in a scatter plot, you're kind of trying to catch a range of what that might be. So thinking about that cone of uncertainty, I think this is kind of slightly expressing that range. Megan, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's spot on. Just that the precip tends to be harder to capture, especially with our geography and how variable it is across the state. The other thing here is the models do also reflect just shifts in timing of precipitation that has a huge impact on stream flow and how that's actually captured in the watershed, or whether it's captured at all in snowpack. So that increase in precipitation comes with a lot of caveats. It's not just a wetter climate, right? It is a very different climate and how precip falls.
Yeah, and the timing, of course, is critical, but it just seems so small a change in the assumptions, given what we're seeing in terms of our current drought. It seems too small, but that's a personal opinion.
It's a bit counterintuitive, but I think, I think Matt said this, maybe Russ, just that the temperature shifts are very dominant in how that affects our state and our stream flows, largely because it entirely changes the just the ecosystem's response to high temperatures. You have any sort of plant communities that just are working a lot harder to do what they were doing before, which actually requires more water. And so you do have drying in all three of those future scenarios.
Thanks so much. I see the blue hands raised. I'm trying to track the actual hands raised versus the blue hands. So I see from Ed Millard and Aaron Citron. So we'll go with Ed first. Question.
Two questions, one for Russ, probably on the water plan, and one for Matt on the forest chapter. I listened with interest at the last CWCB meeting, and Director Gibbs announced a water equity task force. And am I correct in hearing that there will be an equity chapter in the water plan? And as you guys know, equity is kind of a nebulous term. I'm not sure we even know what it is, even though we've been working on it for 1.5 years. So I'm kind of curious when we'll have a briefing on what this task force will be doing. One of our concerns, for example, will equity be looking at the inequities of prior appropriation? And I guess the other question, are these all governor's appointments, and how exactly are you going to assure diversity on this equity task force so that, for example, West Slope agriculture is represented?
Yeah, good questions, Ed. So yeah, I would mark a strong difference between equity. I mean, it's the same in some terms. We're looking through a narrow view of equity as it applies to demand management at IBCC. This equity could really be equity, inclusivity, and diversity task force looking to make, I think, help us think through some of the things, quite honestly, we don't even think of. So the idea would be that we would get 2 basin representatives from each of the basins. And one of those will be someone that's more from the community, a voice that we typically maybe don't even hear from. But the idea is to have this kind of commingling of ideas. So 2 basin representatives, and then 1 representative from each of the tribes, and have a 20-person task force that can really have an open discussion about both what are the kind of water community concerns and then what are just the larger community concerns, and have some sharing of ideas. So the goal is to absolutely, just like with all our conversations, to ultimately inform the water plan. And my hope is that that group can work together to think through some initial ideas and really flesh out something that we could kind of get some public eyes on and think about what we should be saying in the water plan. So there's, as you might have known from that CWCB presentation that we did, that was slightly more detail here, but than we gave here. But as we think about that water plan update, we're kind of seeing 4 main buckets. 3 of those are the ones, well, quite honestly, they're all there. So when you think about ag, muni, environment, and then planning, those are all functions of the current water plan, but really just trying to, as we think about how we build actions under each of those, the planning bucket would have, I think, a subsection that would talk about just larger equity issues. So whether that's, kind of roundtable specific or more, in my mind, a lot of just how we make sure that we're engaging more people than the roughly 400 stakeholders that we kind of typically speak to is going to be an important thing for us to do to make sure that we're speaking to everyone.
Is the roundtable electing one of those representatives, or is the governor or the CWCB staff picking the roundtable representative?
Yeah, this will be from Director Gibbs, and they will be kind of people that Director Gibbs helped select.
Okay, on the forest chapter to Matt, I asked this at our roundtable. Your plan for engagement at roundtable sounds a little unidirectional, like you're going to come to us and inform us. Is there an open process for roundtable members, IBCC, and our Basin Forest and Watershed Collaborative to actively participate in this early on and contribute to it, or is this going to be decided at the state level and then you're bringing it down to us for response? I mean, a workshop is great, but if you have 100 people in a workshop, they end up being kind of unidirectional, so they're not really open engagement.
Yeah, no, so what we're doing right now is we've reached out to local experts to engage folks in the basin that they, know are working on forest health, asking them, what are some of the things that you would like to see in the water plan? What are some of the big unanswered questions? What are our main challenges? And so utilizing the local experts to go and gather that input at the formative stages of this. And also, working with CWCB staff, DNR staff to do a sort of a parallel process of reaching out to folks to try to gather that input. So it won't be something that is kind of done in a bubble and then passed down. We're trying to gather input to come up with, like I said, a menu of things that a roundtable can adopt in their basin implementation plan as they see fit. So I would guess that some roundtables, the Southwest, for example, has been doing a lot with forest health. They will have some and have some good ideas of where they want to go. Locally, there may be other roundtables that are going to be able to learn from what is being done in the Southwest and learn that through this forest study process, and then they can adopt, activities or strategies as they see fit as well.
Well, the same concern as above is it's one thing for you guys to pick who you're talking to, but we sort of want to have grassroots involvement where we pick the people that are talking to you. So we just want to make sure that we have involvement and this isn't being driven top down. So thank you very much.
Okay, and Aaron, I saw a question from you.
Yeah, sorry, I was having trouble getting off mute. So going back a little bit, sorry to pile on to the scenario question. Hopefully this is relatively straightforward, but to Megan and Matt, how do these water plan climate scenarios connect to the governor's climate roadmap scenarios? I know these were created prior to that process, but I'm curious kind of how those two documents talk to each other now or might continue to talk to each other into the future.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. I was mid typing you an answer, but I wish this were like easier to answer. But in short, basically, the GHG roadmap scenarios are future emission scenarios. So they're not actually technically climate scenarios that are going to affect, hydrology, for example. So while they're both scenarios, they're a bit apples and oranges. But that said, the roadmap does build on the Colorado Climate Plan, and there's a full section in there. I think it's 5+ pages that describes a future climate in Colorado that is directly pulled from the climate plan and the water plan language. So they speak of a similar 2050, range, and mentions we're already at 2 degrees warming for the state of Colorado, and so they're built on the same IPCC assumptions, but they don't actually incorporate like the same kind of metrics that we would use to evaluate future hydrology. Does that make sense? So they're actually just what kind of emission scenarios are in the future, not necessarily like temperature and precip.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Same word, different.
I get how they're different. I'm going to think about it. I might follow up. I think it's interesting. I mean, I totally understand why they're different. I'm kind of curious if over time we can make sure that, you know, one does affect the other.
Yeah, and the question there, I think, is, are they are those studies built from, you know, comparable data sets?
And it sounds like they are.
Yeah,
Okay.
And they are, yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
I might jump in real quick on a slightly different topic while we have this set of Monopoly cards up. I got a direct question regarding irrigation requirements. If there's, in that cooperative growth scenario, an increase in precip, what does that mean for irrigation requirements? And in the analyses, it really added up to an increase in irrigation requirements. Because we have warmer temperatures, that's going to drive higher ET from crops, and so in a net effect, we still have an increase in irrigation requirements in those cooperative growth, and then certainly in the adaptive innovation and hot growth as well.
Okay, thank you so much to everyone, and thanks for the questions. I think we're just at or over slightly time, and I want to make sure we have time for our panel discussion. So I would just make one call. I'm not seeing any more raised hands or blue hands, but if somebody has a nagging question they have to ask, I'll just take a quick pause. Okay, let's move on to our panel discussion then. And I'm really excited. We did a little bit of pre-meeting here, and we'll turn things over to Sarah Alexander from the Keystone Center to help us kind of think through this discussion, but also really appreciative to all our panelists that are attending both on IBCC and outside. And Russ, George, I don't know if you have something that you wanted to kick off here, but I will pass it to you first.
I want to do a little history lesson because funding is so important that our context today really started a number of years ago. Of course, the discussion about finding real money for the high cost of water issues has been around forever. But 4, 5, or 6 years ago, IBCC stepped up and said, look, we get it. We understand that funding really needs some work done on it. And so for quite a long time, and there I think are still some folks on IBCC who were directly involved in that, but really dug in and looked at the options, gave them solid analysis, and did a good body of work that was then shared with everybody. So towards the end of that effort, then the group that became For Love of Colorado had formed to take that funding conversation to the next level, which they really have done and continue to do. And when last year, getting ready for the election, when Andy and Sean's districts decided to really step up and take the risks, both of them then said, and thanks to IBCC and For Love of Colorado and others for building a foundation that could lend to success. And for the first time in a long time, we've had success in the public stepping up and saying, we get it. Yes, we intend to invest the public's money for water reasons, and we'll ask these districts to do this. And of course, don't forget, we have the limited gaming success that very smoothly went through legislature a while back. So we thought it would be great to talk to these winners and let them share with us what's changed, what can be the way for success in the future where we've been not so clear in the past. So welcome everybody. I'm really looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you, Russ. And Sarah, are you on? Can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
We can. Thank you so much.
Well, hi everybody, and thanks for taking the time today and inviting all of us to just share some thoughts with you. I think really is what we intend to do. We have a really rock star panel, as Russ said, of some winners and some real knowledge experts. And so look forward to the discussion. We're really looking forward to this being a discussion. So I'll provide just a teeny tiny bit more background than Russ did, but Russ, you did a great job of providing the history lesson. And then we have Lori Weigel and Mike Mellinson, who, if you don't know Lori or Mike, are really the, they know what Colorado voters are gonna do inside and out, and diced by Republican, Democrat, young, old, West Slope, Front Range, really experts in all kinds of research that is necessary behind going to the ballot and going to the voters. So they're going to share some of their thoughts and lessons learned from both over the years, but also working on the local ballot initiatives that Sean and Andy raised. And then we're going to have really a group discussion with Aaron Citron from the Nature Conservancy, Andy Mueller from the River District, and Sean Cronin from the Left-Hand Canyon St. Vrain District to just share some of our lessons learned and where we go from here. In terms of For Love of Colorado, which is managed and facilitated by us here at Keystone, as Russ said, it was a group formed in 2018 to take on some of the funding issues. And really one of the objectives and goals of that group was to see if there was a statewide funding beyond the water community or in addition to the water community to support funding with ag, business, recreation, environmental leaders, Front Range, West Slope. Could we develop areas of consensus? And I hope many of you have seen the agreement that came out of it. Happy to share it with you if you don't have it. But really the agreement was that the water plan provides the framework for the investment in infrastructure. And yes, there is significant needs for additional funding, and that CWCB really has the infrastructure to help manage additional funding. But importantly, the priorities of the group and of the IBCC funding group were 6 buckets of funding that went across all of the different issue areas that needed to be addressed as we raise more funding. Once that agreement was reached, as Russ said, we really helped support the DD effort to get the gaming resources dedicated towards water, with both a test case and a down payment towards the larger ask that we were hoping to go to the ballot with, and maybe this past year. And obviously as COVID hit, the timing just didn't make sense anymore. And so the group really pivoted to help with both Andy and Sean's districts in terms of the local funding they were doing, which was also closely aligned with the 6 priorities that the group had identified needing funding. So the group continues to work together and tell the story of the need for water funding across the state. The first presentation that Lisa shared today is critically important. That education is key, and I think Lori and Mike will hit on that. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Lori and Mike and just share some of their thoughts. And Russ, I think Lori is going to need to share her screen. So if you can give her hosting abilities, that'd be great.
Yep, thanks so much. I believe Sam just did. Sam.
Okay. Yeah, so when I hit share screen, it keeps saying host disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know. Hold on. Keep trying it. There we go. Now it's working. Awesome. Okay, thanks for that. It's always the technical stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you see a screen?
We can. Yes, you're good.
Okay, wonderful. So you did pass it to me, right? I was so worried about screen sharing. I lost the thread there. Okay, so thanks so much. And Mike, feel free to jump in. I'm just going to hit a little bit of some statewide data, as well as very quickly just touch on a few things from polling that I conducted on behalf of the efforts to pass the funding for the Colorado River District, and then the I always mess up the name, St. Vrain Valley Left-Hand Creek Water District as well. And just hit on some highlights, some things that we've seen over the past years. This is data, much of this data is from statewide polling that we conducted in November 2019 representative sample of voters that would have been likely to participate in last fall's election. So keep in mind that a future election, the turnout would vary depending on the year. But I think it shows a few key dynamics, one of which, unfortunately, you all are a little atypical for most Coloradans, as you well know, sitting around thinking, talking, focusing on these issues. We found relatively modest recognition of even something called the Colorado Water Plan. And, you know, we always sort of take any sort of recognition levels with a little bit of grain of salt, because people are often willing to overstate that. And if we were to follow up and ask them to tell us exactly what the Colorado Water Plan is, they'd be hard pressed to give us a pretty accurate definition. But at least for the most part, it sounds somewhat positive. And we did have a little bit higher recognition on the West Slope and rural areas of the state, some dynamics like that. This was a generic question, and keep in mind, this was following the passage of DD, but we're going to see in a second, there was very little recognition of that, even among folks who had just voted on that measure. That when we asked them whether, just a very broad question, thinking about the amount of money that Colorado's putting towards conserving and protecting our water resources, that we had a bare majority, 55%, feel like Colorado should put more money and dedicate more funding into conserving and protecting our water. There was about 1 in 4 that said we're putting enough into that area. And then our most honest folks, the 1 in 5 that said, well, I'm not quite sure one way or the other, whether we're putting enough or need to put more there. But generally what we tend to find is that people are more apt to fund something when they recognize there's some sort of shortfall out there or some sort of need, and usually a problem. We're usually having a harder time when we're a solution in search of a problem. So it's only a bare majority that are recognizing that. This is just taking, we followed that question up, and they were able to say whatever they wanted in terms of the response here, but we were asking them why they felt like, first, that maybe we need more funding in this area. And you can see just the range of dynamics that we often have. And one of the things that we hear most frequently when I sit down and talk to people in focus groups or even online discussions about water is this sense that, you know, they'd sort of like to build a wall and keep our rivers from flowing out to other states. So there's very little sense of why we even allow that often. But that idea that the idea of keeping what we have here in Colorado is sort of a theme, and even we saw it in the River District in Western Colorado, is sort of theme. We often see just the essential nature of water being important, and then population growth. And that's something that we're gonna see in just a few, but droughts or climate, that really fluctuates depending on the year, often depending on the season, and even we've seen depending on the day. If it snows or rains prior to conducting a survey, it can affect things. Those that said we were putting enough money into water just felt like we don't have a problem, things are fairly fine. Or they felt like, and they put a lot of, and the American people honestly put a lot of faith in technology to solve any problems. We've often seen that voters will tell us that we ought to be able to conserve our way out of any sort of water shortfalls. And then there's some normal sort of anti-taxation or concerns about waste. And honestly, we see those whether we're pulling on education funding or whatever the issue might be. We'll see some of those themes, but you can see only 5% recognized and volunteered Proposition DD, just having one as a rationale for not feeling like we need to, that we were putting enough money into water. One of the things that we see when we're asking people for funds is that who is asking for the funding is important. Local tends to trump state, for example, or just the name of an entity being somewhat familiar, or even including words that sound positive to them. And here we can see the Colorado River District. We've tended to see fairly solid recognition, but even among those who weren't, didn't know too much about the district in our work over the years have still felt fairly confident that they would handle the money wisely. And that's sort of that's one of the critical factors that we always see in any sort of ballot proposal, is just confidence in that entity and it being more specific than, say, handing it over to quote unquote the state, which feels a little big and not specific. And then not only who is handling the funding, but what you fund, and most importantly, how you say how you will fund it. I have a really good example of a water district that was looking at, a water conservancy district that was looking at ballot language, and they wanted to talk about gravel pits and where they were going to store water and things like that. And people were really honestly turned off by some of the how they were going to do it. It was much more about the end benefits. For example, again, on the West Slope, with what we tested on behalf of the Colorado River District, you can see that, again, that theme of fighting to keep water on the West Slope or protecting the drinking water supplies for those communities was something that resonated, not just drinking water, but also for farmers and ranchers was really one of the top and most resonant messages. It led to eventually advertising that focused on farmers and ranchers and sort of that Western Slope way of life as something that really resonated strongly there. Things like fish and wildlife, things like recreation and businesses that rely on it typically are important and valued. And you can see the vast majority said those are extremely or very important, but not nearly top tier like drinking water, keeping water here, or farming and ranching in that case. But in contrast, when we did the work more on the Front Range, on the St. Vrain district, you can see that, again, drinking water really topped the list, and healthy rivers and creeks. But ag was not top tier in this particular district. It was somewhat unusual. It was a sort of test case for why we actually do a survey, and I don't just make things up, because I would have assumed, based on all the work we've done around the state, that ag would have been top tier, and it just wasn't. And even prior to the devastating fires that, in fact, were in this district at a somewhat later point, we saw protecting forests that are critical to water supply and helping reduce the risk of wildfires was something that resonated strongly. We've seen that in a number of places around the state, and honestly in the entire West, in work that we've done on behalf of Colorado College, State of the Rockies most recently. The other thing that we always do too is simulate, going back to statewide data now, is simulate pros and cons, because we know that that can have an impact in terms of people's willingness to fund measures. In this case, I'm showing you some of the top 4 most resonant rationales for why someone might support a statewide ballot question. And we tested a couple of variations in this particular survey. We've tested many more different funding mechanisms over the last, 5 years, I guess. Probably longer than that, since last year seems like 10 years. But one thing we've seen, people recognize population growth, that can have an impact. They tend to overestimate how much of our water is used for sort of municipal uses. They underestimate how much is used for irrigation and ag. That is a common misperception we've seen in every single state, including California and even eastern states. They want to protect our resources for future generations. And this idea of planning ahead, that we're going to have droughts at some point, that we will have fires at some point, that we need to plan ahead and help to manage, whether it's water for future droughts, whether it's forests to help protect water quality. Those are common and consistent themes in all the polling that we've done. And this was, again, our most recent statewide data. At the same time, there are pushbacks that can resonate strongly, especially when it comes to more state level funding. And in this case, we tested a couple different amounts. That's why you see some ballpark figures there. But the idea that money might be wasted, that it might be, go to some sort of special interest sweetheart deal, those kinds of things we've seen those used in actual campaigns against specific funding proposals. And that was something that, really sort of raised concerns here. And even that, and of course, when we told them that we just passed Proposition DD and that we needed to wait and see how those funds were spent and whether they were wisely spent, that was something that resonated, even despite the fact that many didn't really recognize having just passed that measure. And the point of that exercise is, though, even though we had some really strong positives that we could say about funding, those criticisms do have an impact. In this case, we tested two different mechanisms, sort of a tourist-related services tax. We started out at, again, very close to where I showed you for those who thought we needed more funding, about 56%. But even those couple of criticisms were able to drag the measure down under the critical 50% threshold. And even though we still had more definitely in support, it nearly matched those who were strongly opposed by the time we got to the end of the survey. Similarly, when we tested a different mechanism among some respondents of a plastic bottle tax, that started out a little bit higher, but was just within margin of error once we got to after they heard, again, pros and cons. So, and it's something we've seen as campaigns engage. We've simulated some exercises where we've asked people about proposals and then tested them later, and seeing that people tend to wither in support. It's very difficult to add on, and it's why we do this kind of research as a foundation, so we understand how to talk about it, how to craft ballot language, kinds of mechanisms that will work. But we do know that criticisms can impact support. This was I failed to mention at the beginning, so I was a little flustered there. This was bipartisan research, the statewide polling that was done. So with Keating Research. So Mike, I don't know if you want me to go back to anything or you want to jump in, or we should move into the.
No, I think yeah, we can go ahead and open it up, but I think just a couple of things. I did want to say that the St. Vrain left-hand river district also is a similarly high numbers that you showed here for the Colorado River district. Just to reemphasize that notion of support is typically significantly higher with those local governmental entities. And then also just to put a finer point or additional emphasis on, when we see this drop, what we're talking about here is in particular with conservative voters. Additionally, sometimes we see a shift among women, particularly women with less than college education. They tend to be more sensitive to pocketbook issues. So a lot of times in these surveys, you do have these numbers that put you in a winning position, but over the course of the campaign, those economic questions come into play and pull people's support down. Of course, that doesn't always happen. That didn't happen with St. Vrain or with the Colorado River District this past time around. And so we can also, as we get into the discussion, we can talk why we think that it actually went in the other direction with those measures.
Great. Then we will, if you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. I'm going to start off our conversation with a couple questions for our panelists, but we'd like to also, if we have time, have an opportunity for you all to chime in as well. So, so the first question really is this question: what did we learn from these local efforts that were successful? We all took a gulp and a deep breath when both Andy's district and Sean's district decided that they were going to go forward in a COVID year and an election year that was a crazy year. Some of that was based on the good numbers that Lori just shared, but what are the things that actually worked and what were the ingredients for success for both those ballot measures passing? So Sean, I'm going to start with you, and what worked in Left-Hand Canyon, St. Vrain, Left-Hand Canyon?
Thanks, Sarah. So Sean Cronin with St. Vrain and Left-Hand Water Conservancy District, not Left-Hand Brewery, not Left-Hand Valley, not Left-Hand Canyon, but so thank you for the opportunity to share some of our thoughts. I will start by saying, for those of you who are interested in having a local initiative, if you're successful, they mail you this blue shirt that Andy and I are wearing. So you've got that going for you. So something to look out for. There is really a group effort in all of this. I'm just one voice in terms of what we were successful in doing, and just wanted to thank everybody, many of whom are on this Zoom, but thanks to the coalition and to everybody that supported the district going through this process. And I'm just the mouthpiece. So as far as observations through the process, we don't have a ton of time, so just the kind of the few that rise to the top. Really, these things, win or lose, are really outstanding opportunities to build a coalition, to have some really poignant conversations are helpful regardless of whether you win or lose. Now, we're fortunate that the ballot question was passed by just shy of 70%. So those conversations feel as though they're more fruitful, but I just want to remind folks that even on the losing end, the relationships that we built and the conversations we had could have paid dividends into the future. Just a lack of funding would have been there, but that could have come around in future years. The other thing is to realize that these processes are not perfect. I had to remind myself throughout it that it's more art than it is science. Especially dealing with members of the public, and then even your coalition dynamics, and everybody's got opinions on one way or another, and you overlay COVID and other elections and politics into the mix. There's going to be a lot of opinions around things. So my 2 cents would be to approach the process with a tremendous amount of grace. Give yourself the permission to just be comfortable in that non-perfect space. There are no clear-cut answers in a lot of cases. And secondly, really surround yourself with talented, trusted advisors. And I feel really fortunate that we had the team that we did. And again, everybody had opinions, but to Becky's comment earlier, everybody approached it with a great level of professionalism and respect for the other positions and the other sides of things. So really look closely at who you're surrounding yourself with. I mentioned the coalitions. They're really, in my mind, the secret sauce to all of this. Extremely powerful, and really socially engineer those in all sectors: the ag representation, the environment, local government, private sector, and those experts on initiatives. Laurie, Mike, and others are really talented in understanding that art, and really helping us sort of water nerds really understand sort of the social aspects of these things. Though the coalition was created, we were unfortunately kind of building the bridge as we were crossing it, and that bridge was being built when the engineers were telling us COVID and elections and other things were not the time to build the bridge. And so we were struggling with how we were building the bridge, whether it was the right time to build the bridge, whether it was a bridge to nowhere. And so my recommendation would be really, if you're a local government or a local community or coalition considering doing something like this, get started sort of years in advance, so that big bridge building isn't so daunting, and really involve the local boards, the local governance, the members of the public, start building that coalition. And then later, when the campaign, and I'll talk about that in a bit, some of that stuff can be sort of handed off to the campaign in a legal and healthy way. Baseline knowledge is critically important. Laurie highlighted the polling that was done. For example, she mentioned that agriculture didn't rank as high, but local food was a buzzword that did rank a little higher. And so, Robert Cicada will appreciate this, that ag is a term in an industry, but in Boulder County, local food just sort of is the word in the industry. And so we were just really careful in how we message that. And to me, it's sort of one and the same. So we were really highlighted local food versus using the literal word agriculture. As Laurie pointed out, the protecting water quality really rose to the top, but it wasn't water quality necessarily for for fish or a watershed. It was more for drinking water. And so really having an emphasis in our language around drinking water. Speaking of watershed, whenever I use that, Mike and others would remind me that most people think that's just a wooden shack in the backyard that holds water. So, you know, us as water nerds need to be really careful. And so hiring a communication expert, whether that's outsourced or you have one in-house, is really helpful, and really cut them loose to sort of use the stick on you to say, that's just a bad word. That's a bad word. You can't say that in public because they don't understand what that means. On the campaign side of things, you really need a cheerleader, and oftentimes that will default to the sort of the leadership within that organization. And in the case of St. Brendan Left-Hand Water Conservancy District, that was me, and I'm sure Andy has similar stories. And you know, there are legal boundaries that you have to live within, and that's a conversation for another day. But my lessons learned is you really need to reserve the energy. Though it seems like from when you start talking about it to when you get on the ballot and when the votes start coming in, it seems like a sprint and you behave like a sprint, but it really is a marathon. There's ups and downs through the whole process, and really reserving that energy. And then just in terms of a leadership sharing, I think if you have family involved in your life, it's important to manage their expectations about what your availability might be for family, because that campaign is a real big time suck. The other thing to sort of lessons learned is you really have to have a tough skin if you're going to be the outward person for the organization representing the local community on this initiative, and you're part cheerleader and part community leader. Having a tough skin is really important. And we live in an interesting time where I had a college roommate that often got beer muscles whenever we went out and had some beers. He was also the smallest person in our group, and some reason he would start the fights. But at any rate, we now live in an era where people have screen muscles. So they sit behind their screen and launch all sorts of lovely grenades without having the courage to say it in person. And so that stuff can get traction in the community, and it can get personal. And there were personal attacks on me with regards to what I was trying to message and cheerlead about and rally people around. So having a tough skin is really important. Then lastly, education was mentioned already several times in this meeting. Early in the process is critically important. Don't necessarily wait for the campaign, because there's just a lot of process that needs to be gone through for the community to embrace these kind of ideas, because they're big visionary ideas with lots of zeros attached to them, and it takes some time. So thank you for the opportunity to share some of our lessons and my observations, and I'll turn it over to Andy.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I'm glad to see you got your shirt as well. I want to say that you know, at the River District, I think there are a lot of similar themes, but the way I look at how we got to success started clearly with our board. You know, 3 years before, actually, I would go back further, 10 years before we even started with the thought of going to the ballot. Our external affairs department had been working at the request of our board with Lori to do polling on messaging and on what resonated with our constituents. What did they want to see us doing? And so that poll that Lori showed up there with the top 7 or 6 or 7 items that all polled above 85% or so, it was really important. And it was something that the district had this data. It was reliable. We knew what resonated with our voters. And I think that was really critical. And so on the messaging side and on what we should be doing for our constituents, we understood that. With our district, when I came into it 3 years ago, you know, when they were interviewing me for the job, they said, well, what are the 2 biggest challenges facing the district? And one of them was our financial situation. Clearly, we had fairly typical of a property tax entity that was not debruced, and a significant portion of our revenue had historically come from fossil fuel extraction and production of energy. We were seeing regulatory and market forces changing that revenue stream. And so we knew we had to adjust to that. So, you know, as we came in, the staff and the board worked together over the 3 years before we put it on the ballot, and really clearly, you know, established a need and the alternative to what would happen if we didn't have the funding, and how we wouldn't be able to meet our message. We, you know, everybody probably on this call, but certainly everybody who is more so outside and not associated with government on a day-to-day basis believes government wastes money, and there's a lot of understanding behind that, and some reasonable beliefs there. We had to address that up front, and so we went through a whole lot of belt tightening at the district. We downsized our number of employees on staff. We cut expenses across the board, and that was critical to getting support, not just from our board, but from our entire constituents. And it's one of those things that I think, if we're going for a statewide measure, you have to remember the bias that exists, the perspective that exists of people who think government wastes money. So you've got to address that up front in a very honest manner, not with a shell game, not with a smoke screen, but really honestly demonstrate your, you know, the fact that you are a trustee of public funds, and that you respect the public and want to give them their due, and look at their money as something that you've been honored to be vested with, and that you're going to be a fiduciary of that money. That was really critical, and I think that's really important. So internally, we were working on that, and from the beginning of my tenure, meeting regularly with all of our elected boards of county commissions, and conducting outreach, explaining what was going on with the economics of our district. So laying that foundation before we even decided to go to the ballot. Our external affairs team took that messaging that polling that Lori had done, and turned it into what they called the 6 pillars of communication. And our messaging, many of you will see this maybe in hindsight, or may have seen it happening when we did it. It became extremely focused. It became extremely repetitive. Everything we said came right off of those 6 pillars of communication. And it was getting our entire team at the River District to have the same message, and be consistent, and have not only have the one-line message, but have the substance behind every one of those 6 pillars, so that our staff and our board and our allies could internalize and be able to speak on each one of those messages. It was really critical. And I will tell you, I got a lot of pushback. We have an incredibly smart and technically talented staff at the River District, and they are used to having free-flowing, very intelligent conversations at a high level. And when I came in and said, no, we're going to focus what I was accused of is dumbing our message down. And in reality, that's probably true. But in order to reach our constituents, you have to speak in language that is not the water wonk world. And just as you can't talk about a watershed, you can't talk about all sorts of things that we talk about in the water policy world and expect normal people to understand. And so using plain and simple, direct language in all of our material, all across, having our engineers, it's really classic. We have these, as I said, really intelligent, really competent engineers. I ran into one of our constituents who's on a local water conservancy board. Said, hey, I just heard from one of your engineers. They were at our meeting, and boy, they sure are smart. And I said, well, good. I'm glad to hear that. And they said, I have no idea what they said, but I know that they were smart, right? And this is a person who sits on a water conservancy board. And I thought, all right, we're not reaching folks. You can show them all the graphs in the world, you can show them all the comments, but we have to make sure that that when we spend the time and invest our time in our constituents, that they walk away knowing what our work is and what we do for them. And that's really critical for all of us in this really complex world. And then the other part of that is, when I came on, I was lucky enough to get appointed to the Ibcc. Most people don't view that as luck. That's like a prison sentence, but I actually was lucky to get appointed. And I got placed on the funding committee, or got myself put on that to help understand what the state was talking about in terms of funding. I also was lucky enough to become part of that For the Love of Colorado coalition that Sarah's talking about. And the unity of the message and understanding kind of how a funding mechanism, whether it's statewide or otherwise, has to meet the needs of all of our constituents, of all of our water users. And so taking that 5-bucket approach that was developed through the water plan, through the Ibcc, repeated at the For the Love of Colorado, and frankly integrated into those two through lots of discussions, was able to take that, customize it a little bit for our district, and get 100% support from our board. And our board at the River District, covering 15 counties, we go everywhere from high mountain recreation-based economies to more traditional West Slope extraction and agricultural-based economies, and getting everybody to buy in and making sure that everybody's interests would be represented. And by doing that, people could jump on board. And so you fast forward that to the campaign. As Sean said, he and I ended up being out in front as spokespeople on an education and outreach issue. We weren't asking people to vote for the district, although I will say I took a lot of vacation unpaid leave from the district during the fall to be able to speak and ask people to vote. But in terms of my role at the district, I stayed away from voter encouragement, but just information. And being able to have that consistent message, but having a coalition of all of the interest groups that were represented by those 5 buckets, having a strong agricultural support from the cattlemen's and sheep growers and our water conservancy districts and our projects right within the district, having support from the environmental community, the recreation community, local governments, having multiple, almost all of our boards of county commissioners support in resolution form our ballot question, having those who couldn't do it publicly talking to their friends and saying, look, we're not going to vote on this publicly because our county is in such dire economic straits right now, but we need to pass this. This is important. Getting that buy-in, and it really, it's a level of trust building with the community. So you have to be out in the community, and during the pandemic, it was challenging. So there was a lot of this Zoom discussion, but I had a lot of counties that continued throughout the pandemic to meet in person. And so while my staff was at home and not under a no travel order, I was out meeting with all of our county commissions who were meeting in person, meeting with water users and local Lions clubs and Rotary clubs and all of that. A lot of them by Zoom, but a lot of them in person, depending on the location. And those, it takes a lot of effort to get it done. And we had phenomenal support from our board and their participation in our, we had 2 different election campaign committees that were registered, or issue committees that were registered with the state. They worked together and had the same messaging, again, very consistent with our district's 6 pillars, but did it in their, to reach their own constituents. And it was really a great coordinated effort, and we never could have done it without the help of all of those coalition members. And it took a lot of time and effort to build that coalition, and now it's really fun because we get to continue to enjoy the benefit of those relationships. So hopefully, Sarah, that answers your question.
Thanks, Andy and Sean. And I'll just note, in the interest of time, I'm going to just ask one more question of our panelists and bring Aaron and Mike and Lori into the conversation as well. And then we will hopefully have a minute or 2 for some questions or comments from the commissioners and others as well. So one of the things that's come up is, wow, it's great that not only did these local initiatives pass, but they passed with flying colors to a certain extent, and big margins, is this the path forward, is to just continue to support those local efforts, support DD? We've had this success. How worried do we still need to be about funding for water in Colorado? And what are the, what's the path forward? What are the limitations of what we've done so far? Where do we go from here? So Aaron, I'm gonna start with you on that question.
Sure. And there's probably folks actually at the CWCB who can answer this better than I can, but I know, looking at Becky and Russ and Greg and Lauren, and I'm not sure who else is on right now, all very aware of funding limitations at the state. So to answer your specific question, is the local measure part of the way to go? I mean, yes, and I don't think that's sufficient. I don't think that's ever been the goal. It's great to try to demonstrate both that we can get broad bipartisan support on the issue. I think we do water generally as bipartisan, but also demonstrating that the money raised is going to be used locally on projects that you care about with entities that you trust is critical. I would love for that level of trust to be developed at the state level, and I hope that we're moving in that direction. So I don't know if Andy and Sean would disagree. It's great, and I would love to see more and more local districts do those measures, but it's never going to replace the fact that at a statewide level, we need additional investment. And if you look back to the water plan, it identified $100 million as the funding gap. At least my read on that is that there was an assumption that we would continue to have somewhat stable severance tax revenues into the future. It's never actually been stable, so that somewhat is doing a lot of work there. I think we can expect that severance tax revenues will continue to be unstable and to decline. As Andy mentioned, that's both because of kind of global market pressures and the states and potential future federal greenhouse gas goals, renewable energy goals that the governor has set, the state's House Bill 1261, which sets us on a trajectory to 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and the governor 100% renewable energy by 2040. Obviously, Colorado water, and I think it's 8 or more other Western states, all rely on tax revenues from the extractive industry to pay for natural resources. That's also true at the federal level. I know some of us who work on conservation celebrated the passage of the Great American Outdoors Act last legislative session in Congress. That's offshore oil and gas revenues that's being spent on land and water conservation. So we're kind of stuck in this interesting point where not only have we not had enough revenue to pay for the implementation of the water plan and all the things we care about, but that situation is likely to get even worse. So put simply, yes, we should continue to emulate and repeat what was done so successfully in the Colorado River District and St. Brandon Left-Hand District. And we need to figure out how to continue to strengthen that coalition and that trust at the statewide level. I think it's possible, but it's going to be tough. And that's been clear. I mean, I presented to the IBCC before I was on the IBCC, some of the work that Lori alluded to, which is past research into statewide funding options. There's no clear answer, especially in Colorado, both politically and kind of fiscally with Tabor. But I think all of us on this call, all 64 of us, recognize it's important, and hopefully we can encourage all however many million voters there are in Colorado to agree with us sometime in the future.
Great. Andy or Sean, Lori, Mike, anything to add to that?
Yeah, if I can just add, I think that from just so everybody in the IBCC and the state can hear, I don't think either Sean's district or my district or our constituents passed our mill levy increase to fund these projects with the idea that we were going to backfill a gap in state funding. It was an additive to existing state funding that our constituents are looking for and expect. I can speak I think, pretty well for our board. Our board was not planning on becoming the sole source of funding for the roundtables. Our state has an obligation as a state to fund the water projects. We can't do it on a solely regional basis. I agree with Aaron. We encourage other local districts to, where they have needs, to go out and get funding. But this is a much bigger issue at $100 million a year than the piddly 4.2 million that my district was able to raise per year, right? I mean, we can do a lot with that, and we're excited about it, but it doesn't get us anywhere if it's not money that's leveraged against additional state and, frankly, federal funding on these things. So the state needs to do it. The state, I think, has work to do based on Lori's polling and our experience with establishing trust with water users and voters. How we can help them do that, I'm very open to helping that, because I think it's really critical. It's that trust, it's that building of coalitions, and it's a demonstrated performance. And I think there is, there have been some recent articles, I think, that are helping in terms of establishing where the state has been spending money, and I think that's really helpful. I'm hopeful, frankly, as we see the budget rebounding right now, that we're going to see some additional state commitments as soon as this year in the world of water funding. I think we need to see that, and I hope that everybody on the Ibcc can agree that we're in some significant need of that funding to get projects on the ground and implemented to help us as we see our water supply lessening and decreasing in order to become more resilient during these challenging times. So that's my thought. Looks like Mike has some more important.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to emphasize that. I think that the dollars that we have right now that can go to these projects, I think it's absolutely critical to get those out the door, to show demand, because when you have those projects doing things that are successful, it's only going to help you tell the story for why you need more. So I just wanted to emphasize exactly what Andy just said. But then additionally, taking a step further is what he mentioned, the $100 million need. I think it's also really critical that we can explain to the voters why we need $100 million or $3 billion over 30 years. I think that's where the success of these local measures, Andy used the term piddly. I know he wasn't, obviously $5 million is a lot of money. And I think voters, see it that way. And when you have a question, like what was mentioned with how we have to go forward under a Tabor regime of asking this question, shall taxes be raised by this very large amount of money? That's a difficult pill for the voters to swallow. And so trying to get that exact amount nailed down, exactly what we need in order to be successful, I think is really important. And I think at this point, at least, I think it's difficult to nail that number down from what I understand, but I think it's an important task to do, so that when folks are out there trying to sell to the voters the need, there's logic behind it and a case to be made.
One thing I want to quickly add to what Mike just mentioned, as far as making the case, I know that's part of the water WIG, at least that's how I understand the water WIG, is trying to have basins really specify what their top 10 or 20 projects might be and to put clear price tags on them. So I think that'll be really useful. We have huge lists that all the roundtables have put together, and trying to narrow that down to some consensus will be really valuable to say these are really the high priority projects. And one positive thing that's worth mentioning, I just looked this morning, there's continued movement on an appropriation out of the governor's budget to fund wildfire mitigation and recovery. So I think that's $10 million, and we're hoping for another 10 million. Half would go to the CWCB, half to the State Forest Service on that kind of watershed health, fire response, water quality connection. And also continued interest in working with the Water Resources and Power Development Authority to provide loans to local communities for investments into forest health as a means to address water quality. So there's some real creative thinking there, and I think that appropriation of $10 million is really flying through the legislature with broad bipartisan support. So that's great to see that we continue to move in the right direction. Just need it to be a consistent source rather than a fight every single year. And I'm somewhat optimistic that we're heading there. So that's great to see.
Great. Sean, you came off mute. I know we have a couple questions too. So Sean, if you could keep it brief, then we'll get to the questions from everyone else.
Well, thanks, Sarah. So your question was big trends. I just wanted to highlight that we polled during COVID when folks were camping out on St. Vrain Creek and it was their only way to socially distance, and recreation didn't poll well. I later came to believe that was because people weren't calling it recreation, they were calling it life. So I think it comes back to that language side of things is we need to be careful how we as water wonks look at things. Climate change also didn't poll as well. And so that may be something we need to explore a little further. Wildfire, as Laurie showed, did. And that's, I think, because it's big and scary on the news. And so I'd hate to take advantage or overly sensationalize something, but I think the wildfires are an opportunity to maybe advance some of these conversations locally. I really believe one of the big trends that I don't know that the water community has fully embraced or fully appreciated is I've been in this industry long enough to remember a time when folks were saying, the environmental communities want all this stuff and they're not willing to kick in money. Through our initiative, we saw the exact opposite. Groups like TNC and American Rivers and Environmental Defense Fund wrote significant checks to participate in campaign level side of things. And I really think that is a big trend that we as a water community need to kind of rally around and recognize.
Thanks, Sean. So Casey, you had just a comment on the use of watershed, and that gets back to that education question around, both telling the story so that people understand the need and then using, Sean, to your point, language that people also relate to. Lori, do you want to address that real quickly?
Oh, I just replied just because they understand the concept very well, and that's what they do get in elementary school or wherever, but the term doesn't tend to evoke that. So we can talk about it conceptually. It's just our experience has been that even in some of the highest education level counties in the country, including here in our state, but in Santa Clara County, California, and other places, we just have not seen that term, A, either is well understood, or B, that it tends to sound off-putting, in fact. So that's why we talk about words that are helpful, and talking more conceptually sometimes is preferable than assuming that people will understand a term. And unfortunately, just repeating it hasn't sort of gotten through. People are busy. They've got lots of other interests, and they've got kids to take to baseball practice and things like that. So they just aren't as knee deep in our language. And this is the same, whether we're talking healthcare policy, it's the same in every sort of, policy and technical circle in my experience.
Yeah, Lori, well, you have gonna go slightly out of order. Ed, you've had your hand up for a long time, so we'll get to your question in a second. But I think the other question from Pat Wells was for you as well, around just how you craft the questions narrowly or more broadly with respect to how the funding will be used for water and water supply. And that some of the questions that you shared pulling data from didn't get to some of the other issues like additional water supply needs, et cetera. So can you just talk a little bit about how you craft those questions?
Well, we have tested storage. We've tested storage many times and in many different ways. Obviously, we were asked to boil down years of research into 10 minutes. So, yes. So that was challenging. And generally what we've seen is that people value placing conservation and protection over storage. And I recognize that sometimes where people are starting may not be everything that we need as a state, but that's where they start the conversation. And it's particularly true here, but we've seen it when we've done work in Arizona and you know, lots of other even drier and more desperate states in terms of the supply issues. You know, they're just placing priorities. And so we tend to fare the best in ballot measure work and in passing funding when we are aligned with those priorities. It does not mean that we may not need to do some of these other sort of less top priority things. It's simply that talking about storage, talking about supply issues is not nearly as resonant. So we're just trying to, you know, provide that perspective, and it's not as if they don't want supply, but usually they think about it more in terms of not how you're doing it, but what the end benefit is. And if the end benefit is, you know, is making sure that we have local food production, as Sean talked about, then, you know, that's sort of a better frame in which to talk about it.
Great. Ed, last question goes to you. If you still have your hand up, there you go.
Well, I was hoping we'd have more open discussion time. I just want to commend Andy and Sean on the great work. I hope Southwest can follow in their footsteps. Taking service taxes out of our counties and sending it to Denver and having it trickle back isn't a great model. Letting county commissioners, the elected representatives, have a say on projects in their counties is much better. The question I have, probably for Lori or Andy, if you were to do a similar ballot measure to fund demand management, do you think it would pass, especially on the West Slope? Lori's polling on protecting ag and keeping water in the state would say no.
Well, Ed, as you may be aware, our question and our implementation plan specifically said we would not fund partial or our temporary or permanent fallowing of agricultural land. And that without language like that and without a commitment from our district, I think that we would not have had the backing of many of our agricultural water users. So that would be my answer.
Anything, Mike or Lori, you want to add to that? Okay, Lori. All right. Well, and I'm sorry we didn't have more time for more questions, but we really appreciate the time that we did have with you all. I'll just note that for Love of Colorado, part of what we're doing, since we're not actively pursuing a ballot measure at the moment, is to work on this education side of things and share that message more broadly outside of the water world about this need. And so stay tuned for that. And if you'd like us to answer any questions about that, please feel free to contact me directly. Happy to answer any questions about what we're up to at For Love of Colorado. So Russ, we'll hand it back over to you. I know we're standing between you and break, so.
Thanks so much. Yeah, not me, but all of you. So I just want to quickly say thank you so much, Sarah. Thanks to Lori and Mike for joining us, and our IBCC members. This is a great discussion, just phenomenal. Thank you so much. A round of applause for anybody who's got their cameras on. Thank you. And Russ, you want to send us to break? Do you have a closing comment?
Well, I'm smart enough not to talk before we take a break. So let's go take whatever time. Let's say 10:30. You want to come back?
That sounds
okay.
Perfect. We'll
let's say 10:30, and then I'll open up the next section. So
perfect. Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
Everyone.
I have a few minutes past 10:30, so I'm ready to begin if any of you are. Amy?
Okay, good to go. Thanks.
Ross, okay, I'm going to go ahead then. I'm going to assume that even though I'm not seeing live, we're still 58 of us. So let me start by once again thanking everybody who participated in the panel. We really looked forward to that, and that was well justified. So we appreciate the way it was organized and presented, and good questions to begin to fill in the edges. And that's just a step in this long path, but we need to really be raising the mark every time we talk. And I think we did that today. So thank you to everybody. That was a job well done. I've been watching all of the participants as we've gone along, and we've had a majority at times of the Colorado Water Conservation Board members present, and we surely appreciate that. Several of you are still here, and I highlight you because the demand management conversation really is on your shoulders as well as our own. And in the end, you're going to be making some of the hard choices. But it's always been our hope at IBCC that we could help carry that burden. And so today is one of those important times that we can. So members of IBCC and anyone on here participating, I hope you've had an opportunity to see the materials that were presented to the board at their last meeting. Amy sent that out to all of us. She had an excellent presentation, lots of detail, lots of information and knowledge, and all of the work that's been done for this last year or so is being processed and organized and analyzed, and it really is heavy lifting, but it's coming together, I think. But we've had some good conversations at IBCC, of course, and today we have plenty of time to do that again. Now, my main point about mentioning the board is that today's a good day for IBCC members to fill in blanks, if you will, because the board's listening, and this is a really beneficial way that we can help add to the solution directly. So we're going to have lots of time for conversation and questions and answers for the next couple hours. So please feel free, step up. It's planned that way. And we hope that there's so many of you wanting to talk that we get lost in managing you, but we'll try not to. So that'll do it for me to get started. Russ, where do you want to go? Shall I hand it to Amy?
Yep, sorry, I just getting off mute. That sounds great. Amy, go ahead and take it away. I know you and Greg are gonna kind of tag team this next section.
Great. Thank you so much, Russ and Russ. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Okay. So as Russ indicated, we have a lot of time on the agenda today, and I'm hoping to not spend too much of it talking at you. Greg Johnson is also here to kind of tag team with me on this, and he'll really be leading a discussion after I kind of present some information here that will really be focused on getting some input on what we're doing, what we're working on, and what our board is thinking about right now. So I just want to kind of, by way of introduction, let you all know that the main focus today will be on what we've been working on with the Step 2 work plan. Our board adopted that back in November, and we've been hard at work implementing that. And a lot of the work has been focused on this framework concept that we'll talk about in more detail. But first, I thought it would be helpful just to kind of revisit or remind everyone how we got here. So throughout 2019 and some of 2020, several members of the 8 demand management work groups, as well as a lot of people in this group, identified that it would be really valuable to create a framework or a straw man concept as a next step in the feasibility investigation. I know that the education and outreach work group in particular underscored the importance of really engaging stakeholders in a substantive way on a substantive discussion about a potential framework or straw man. so that the input we get could be targeted and meaningful. I think that a lot of people in this group will recall that it was hard to have really specific conversations about what it was we were talking about when we didn't have anything to respond to. So a lot of what we're working on right now is really, really aimed at speaking directly to that and taking that next step. So what is the step 2 work plan? Again, our board adopted this back in November. It's available on our website. And I think some of you may have listened in to the presentation from the January board meeting. So I don't want to belabor this too much, but I did just want to call out a few of the key components of this work plan. The first that I think is always important to remind people of is this purpose, need, and background statement. Now, this work plan fully incorporates a 2018 support and policy statement that our board adopted quite a while ago now. It seems like forever ago, given everything that's been going on in the world, but I guess it wasn't that long ago. And that's really where our board articulated this commitment to ensuring proportionality, or sometimes we refer to it as equity, throughout this, and a lot of other really important principles. That's fully incorporated in this work plan. I just think it's important to remember that. And then some overarching goals. I'm going to get into more detail about what those actually mean in just a little bit. And then the engagement and process part, you know, and again, I'll reiterate this throughout, but open and transparent process has always been important in the demand management feasibility investigation and will continue to be as we go forward with Ibcc, with tribal nations, with groups around the state. That engagement piece is just really important here. So this final box is really where the actual tasks and the real work is laid out. The big meat of this work plan is development of a framework that I'm going to spend the majority of the time talking about today. But also making sure that we're pulling in all the existing work that we have and identifying new opportunities for on-the-ground learning. And I'll talk a bit more about that as well. So I apologize. It looks like, I don't know why the formatting sometimes gets off, so I apologize for that. But I think you can all see the "you are here" bubble. I just kind of wanted to, at a high level, let everyone know kind of where we are in implementation of this before we get into the substance of it. So like I said, the board adopted this work plan back in November, and we've really been working hard to develop some initial drafts of this framework. And that just kind of kicks off this big iterative review process. What our board will be looking at and considering is not a demand management program. It's not, you know, this is how it is, this is what it is. Rather, it's just a starting point for the discussion. So I just kind of wanted to be clear about that up front. So this is another, I think, really important piece that I just try to reiterate every time we talk about demand management. There are a number of guiding principles, some of which have been with us the entire time we've been talking about demand management. First, demand management is not a foregone conclusion. We're not setting up a demand management program through this framework or otherwise. That's not where we are in the process. We're still very much in the feasibility investigation part. We, again, continue to be committed to exploring all of the issues in a collaborative and open process. We're committed to making this a transparent and thoughtful process. And we just think that that's really, really important. We will have ongoing government-to-government discussions with the tribal nations. And the last one here, I think, is just really, really important to emphasize, especially given a lot of the discussion we've been hearing across the state. If a program is established, it will be run for the state and for the benefit of the whole state and its water users. And one thing that I did also want to note here that is especially relevant to this group is on the equity piece. And I say equity, and I'm just going to briefly make sure that I'm distinguishing what we're talking about in the demand management context from what Director Gibbs and Russ was kind of referring to earlier. I'm going to try to refer to this more as proportionality, because in the demand management context, we're talking about something really specific here. We're talking about the concepts that were that came out of that 2018 support and policy statement. How do we avoid disproportionate impacts to certain regions or sectors of the state if we do create a demand management program? What that really, I think, is considering is are there adverse impacts that could be created if we set up a demand management program, unintended consequences? And how do we make sure those aren't falling on one particular sector or community? So that's what we're talking about in the demand management context. But I also think that, on a much, much broader scale, whether it's in the demand management discussion at CWCB, CNR, I really support everything Director Gibbs is doing. And I think that even in the context of demand management, we can do everything in our power to try to bring more voices into the discussion. So I just wanted to draw that distinction out and kind of be careful about what we're talking about here. So again, I apologize for the formatting, but hopefully everyone can kind of see where we're going with this. One thing that this step 2 work plan does is really kind of breaks out the question of feasibility into some smaller bite-sized pieces. As we were thinking about demand management, I think it became clear to a lot of us and a lot of our board members that really we're asking a few different types of questions. The first question is it achievable? So there are some parameters in the demand management storage agreement. And this question, this inquiry is really focused on, can we create a program that complies with that demand management storage agreement? Can we come up with the funding we need, for example, to establish this type of program? Can we get the water to Lake Powell? Those are the types of questions in that box. And then the next question is, okay, even if we can do it, even if it's possible to set up that type of program, is it palatable for Colorado? Is it worthwhile for Colorado? Are we seeing too many unintended consequences such that, it might not be a good idea for the state? Or on the other hand, are we seeing great benefits? Are we able to mitigate those adverse impacts to the point that this could be a really good program for the state? That's the kind of question that we're looking at in that second box. And finally, the advisability question. And I think that this, the way I've been thinking about it is kind of a point in time. So once you've answered those first 2 questions, you determined it is achievable, that it's worthwhile and palatable. The question then becomes, is this advisable? So how does this actually fit within our toolkit of options available? Is this the appropriate tool at the right time? And the reason I say that that's kind of a point in time question is because we might need to consider what are the other priorities for the state as far as budget goes. We might need to consider what's going on with the 7 state negotiations on the Colorado River. How would this as a tool fit into that? So that's kind of where we assess those types of questions. And as we go into the framework discussion, I just want to clarify that I think that a lot of the questions we'll be looking at there are kind of in the second box of whether demand management might be palatable for Colorado. Now, I think that there still are some remaining questions of, is it possible, that hopefully the framework will also work to kind of speak to. But the hope with the framework is really to show potential program designs and ask ourselves, would that be palatable? Would that be worthwhile from Colorado's perspective? So now to get into the meat of the framework and what this is and what we're working on and what we're aiming for. So the goal of this task is to really show potential program structures. What could a potential demand management program actually look like? And use that as a tool to initiate this iterative discussion across the state about what may work, what may not work, and ultimately whether demand management is achievable and worthwhile. So we really want to understand what would and what wouldn't work from varying perspectives, from diverse perspectives across the state. We want to identify concerns and support for various elements of the framework. And really what we want to do here is capture all of that input for our board's consideration so that they have a better understanding of where various people across the state stand on these various elements. So what this is showing here, I know there's a lot going on in this slide, but what you see in the middle are tiles that correspond to the work groups that were established as part of the 2019 work plan. And one thing I'll note here is that you'll see equity is kind of an all-encompassing thing. It has its own tile, but what we kind of realized throughout this, I think, is that equity touches really all of these issues and these work group subject areas. So although Ibcc has really served as an additional kind of de facto work group on equity issues, we also think that equity needs to be considered throughout the course of developing these potential program structures in every context. So I think that kind of begs the question of how are we getting there? How are we actually creating these potential programs that we'll be using to initiate this discussion? It really starts with the work group input. So all the great work that the work groups did, all the great work that this group, that Ibcc did in discussing equity, all of that was really focused on the issue of what are the key threshold issues associated with demand management? That task was not that work plan was not aimed at trying to answer all the questions, but just really identify the threshold issues. So all the reports and all the great information that came out of that, we used to identify some of these elements of feasibility is what we're calling them. So here are some key questions that would need to be answered, some key program design features that would need to be worked out if we're going to set up a program. So we took for each work group those various elements of feasibility and kind of played out a range of implementation options, or that's what we're working on doing. So these you'll see are kind of roughly correlated with level of complexity. So in other words, the monitoring and verification for A might be a really low level of monitoring and verification, and it just kind of ramps up to C. And I want to be really careful here in saying that this is not designed to be, an A is kind of the low option and a C is the higher, better option. This is designed to identify trade-offs, because if you select A in one category, you might not be realizing, for example, the environmental benefits that you might get from a C-level program, but it might be cheaper. It might be that that option works for the budget options we have available. So really that kind of gets at the goal of this, which is to build out those potential program structures and then identify the trade-offs associated with them. And also to identify throughout this, where are the equity concerns? If we are designing a program that looks like this over here, what are the equity issues that you might see arising in that? So I'm not going to go through this part in too much detail. If you listened into the board presentation, you will have gotten a bit more of a detailed explanation of all this, but we did go through a few of the work groups with the board at the January meeting and just kind of showed them as examples how we might start to fill this all out. So education and outreach, taking again that work group input and then identifying those kind of key threshold issues, elements of feasibility, and then playing out a range of implementation options. So one of those was just general water education. How do we, in a program, figure out how to engage statewide audiences in general water education issues? There are also questions of actual program marketing. So how do we get people to participate? And then stakeholder engagement and input to inform what the actual program looks like. So as you'll see, we have 3 different options for implementing those various program implementation options. So again, I'm just going to kind of run through these pretty briefly, but I just wanted to give kind of a flavor of how this is actually playing out, what we're actually working on, what this is going to look like. So we also did, monitoring and verification was one of the examples we provided for the board, both agricultural and TMD projects. What are the various ranges of implementation options for monitoring and verification? And then we looked at environmental considerations. So a lot of this was focused on what are the options available to incorporate into program design to identify and realize potential environmental benefits from this program. And you can imagine that starting from a low level of, we're not looking too much at environmental impacts or benefits, to the high level of, we're going to do what we can to identify them, to incentivize those benefits, and to make sure that we're not creating any negative impacts. So where is this going? What are our next steps? How is this all going to come together? I think that's the question that would come to my mind at this point. And what we've been working on since that January board meeting is kind of working that out with a team of really great consultants for each of the work group subject matters. So we are kind of filling in that, we're calling it a matrix for each of the work groups. And what we're ultimately hoping to do is to be able to first kind of zoom in and show how all those various elements and options play out, but then to kind of take a step back and look at our options here. So what if you put, what if you just had an A-level program and you're selecting that category of things from each subject matter? What does that look like? What are the implications of that? What are the trade-offs? And then I don't know if others have experience with this, but I loved Choose Your Own Adventure books when I was little. And I'm thinking about this matrix kind of in that way. So once we have this all together and we kind of have the subject matter and all the material entered, we can then kind of pick and choose. We can use them as building blocks. So maybe we want an A-level here, but maybe that's not really palatable. when it comes to education and outreach, for example. So we're going to pull that B element in for education and outreach. And ultimately, the goal here again is to look at various program designs and identify what the trade-offs are if you take different approaches. And we're also going to be really working to identify those equity or proportionality considerations. So in other words, if you choose this option, is it possible that we are going to see unacceptable adverse impacts in this part of the state or to this sector? And so we're hoping that we can really have a substantive discussion about what those impacts might be, how to avoid them, or how to mitigate them. And again, I just want to emphasize that this is really designed to be an iterative discussion. So we're not going to be putting something out there and saying this is the framework, this is the straw man that we've decided on or landed on. After we discuss this with our board, we are planning to initiate this iterative discussion across the state about what works and what doesn't from various perspectives. So one thing I do just want to note briefly is that we do have a board workshop coming up on March 2nd in the afternoon. That will be from 1 to 4 on March 2nd. And that should be posted on our website soon and getting the word out. And we're going to be talking to the board about exactly how we're kind of building out that initial draft of the framework at that time. So I just wanted to note that before I move on to just a brief kind of explanation of the other parts of the work plan and what we're doing on the other parts of it. So in addition to doing that framework, there's this other kind of category of stuff. We know that there's a lot of information already out there, whether it's from ATM programs or otherwise, that could be really useful to informing the demand management investigation. So we're just making sure we have all of that kind of pulled in, inserted in the framework, that we have a place where it's kind of represented. But the other part here is we're trying to identify some new opportunities for on-the-ground learning. So really what this is the idea of demonstration projects. And I want to be very clear about what we're doing and what we're not doing when it comes to demonstration projects. First, these would only use existing programs and funding sources. So we're not looking at creating a programmatic scale demand management pilot program at this time. This is just looking at how can we use our existing resources to find opportunities for on-the-ground learning. And really the goal here is to not send measurable amounts of water to Powell. That's one of the reasons we're not doing that big, programmatic scale pilot program at this time. If we send water down to Lake Powell now, we have no mechanism to protect it without the protections put in place by the demand management storage agreement. Those only kick in if we all the upper basin states determine it's feasible to set up a demand management program. So in the meantime, we really don't want to send a lot of water down to Powell because it will likely just go to the lower basin. We don't have any way to protect that. So with that, the kind of goal here is to look for win-win opportunities for on-the-ground learning. What types of projects might be out there that that people think would be beneficial that we can learn from. So that really concludes, I think, that the presentation element of this. Just a couple of notes that I do want to make here, and I think that everyone probably already kind of knows this, but the engagement effort is going to be virtual for the foreseeable future. So we do envision kind of initiating this pretty extensive iterative review process of this framework. And once we've had a chance to discuss all this with our board, you can look out for more information on that. But we will continue sharing updates on the investigation and the framework process via the Confluence newsletter and regular press releases. So you can go to cwcb.colorado.gov and get on the email list. And you can also, we have a dedicated demand management website that you can visit. And again, I just want to remind everyone that we will have a board workshop on March 2nd in the afternoon to really kind of talk through a lot of this in more detail with the board. So, and that workshop will be open to the public. So we'll also be sending out highlights after the workshop if you can't make it. So there will be kind of continued, opportunities to get filled in there. So I think that's all I have. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Greg Johnson now, unless you want to take any questions on the substance of that first. I'll turn it over to Greg to kind of lead us through this group discussion, and I'll defer to you, Russ, on how you want to handle that.
That sounds perfect. Greg, did you want to take questions first, or do you want to step things through?
Can you all hear me?
We can.
Great, good deal. Good to see everybody. So really the whole point of this is the question. So I think we're ready to launch into the questions, starting with basically your reaction to what Amy just presented. And as was sent out prior to the meeting, there was the link, to the full presentation that Amy gave at the board meeting just a few weeks ago. So hopefully folks had a chance to go through that. I know many of you were online at the time anyways, but as Amy indicated, we will be presenting this next week. So just a week from today, next Tuesday on March 2nd. So we're very excited to go through this in a lot more detail with the board. So a lot of really good work has been done to pull this together, as Amy noted, into what we're calling the matrix, to really kind of distill all of the great work from the huge report, from the work groups over the past couple of years. So stay tuned on that front for the additional detail. We've done our best to incorporate all of the equity conversations to date from this body. So a big thank you to the Ibcc for all the insight that has already been provided. And we are very excited to hear any further input that you might have kind of on where things are headed with this. Also, as Russ George noted, just wanted to give a big thank you to our board members. I saw that a number of them are on. I think about half of our board is currently on the call right now. So we are definitely curious to hear any input that the board may have. And of course, the board is very curious to engage with the Ibcc on the thoughts that you may have. And then I also wanted to thank the Ample White Green Roundtable for the input that they submitted, as Ed Millard had noted earlier today. I think that could be, potentially a good starting point for some of this conversation. So we definitely want to hear, from Jeff Myers and Tom Gray and others from the Ample White Green with regard to their thoughts. And as noted, we did have a very constructive meeting with them a week or two ago regarding the input that they have there. So with that, I don't know that we need to discuss this much more. We've been talking at you, so we want to definitely open this up and provide the space that we tried to carve out on the agenda for this discussion.
So we will go to questions. Anyone want to raise their hand physically or have a question in the chat, or here, if we don't have anybody that wants to jump up, I may just jump to Tom. Oh, Ed has a comment. Go ahead, Ed.
Two questions for Amy. The first one is, you talked about this being an open process a number of times. As I recall, back in the day when you started the work groups, there was a tribal work group, and then it kind of disappeared. And I don't think it really did disappear. I just don't think it's meeting in open. And I know that Commissioner Mitchell and the AG's office have been down here meeting with our tribes. I was sort of curious to know when we can get a briefing on what is happening from the tribal perspective. And I guess my main concern is I've heard both the Navajo Nation in Utah and potentially maybe the Ute tribes in Colorado are looking to market undeveloped water to lake accounts in Lake Powell. And I would sort of like to know what's going on with that, because we kind of have to do conserve consumptive use to put our water into account in Lake Powell's, but it sort of sounds like the tribes are going to put undeveloped water there. So I was just kind of curious, when are we going to get briefed on that part of the process?
Thanks, Ed. I really can't speak to the question about the marketing of unused tribal water, but what I can say is that, from the beginning of this, we thought it was really, really important to engage the tribal nations in a way that worked for them and made sense for them. And to that end, we've been engaging with them on a sovereign to sovereign basis. That's what we've done throughout the 2019 work plan. And we think that's going to be an important element going forward. But what I can say is that, we haven't been ready for prime time with a framework yet. We're just kind of daylighting a few of the things that we've worked on with the board so far, but we do anticipate that once we've had a full discussion with the board, once kind of, we've all kind of seen how the framework can kind of be filled in and get some work in on that, I think that, engaging the tribal nations again on that government to government basis will be really important. And I can't say right now at what point, a report out will come from that. But all I can say at this point is that remains a priority to us, and also kind of respecting, how it makes sense from their perspective to best engage on it.
Thank you. All I should say is our process is open to them and their process isn't open to us. So it's not exactly a level playing field, but I obviously appreciate the sensitivity. I would just like to see some kind of briefing before this process is done on what the tribal role would be. The second question, I'm a retired programmer by profession, and I tend to look at things logically and in sequence. And if I were to do this investigation you would do, I would name which parts of this process are gating items that until you resolve them, can't do the rest. And I think education and outreach is probably kind of down on the list, and maybe environment and ag issues. The things I would flag as the gating issues are the legal issues. And I was just sort of curious, when are the legal issues flagged by the legal work group going to be addressed so that we know that this is even a legal process? Same issue probably extends into administration and maybe monitoring verification. And I've raised the issue of, is demand management legal under Article 3A of the compact? So I'm just sort of curious why we're rushing ahead to education and outreach and some of the end sequences without really dealing with the gating items at the front.
You know, and I think that you really raised a great point, that it might be that there are some things that are easier to figure out than others. It might be that there are some things that we can all agree that, you know, this is how this should go if we're going to do it. And, you know, my hope is that with the framework, we can kind of have that discussion of, okay, we can all kind of agree. We don't need to put a lot more work in maybe on this item. We all know that this is what it should look like. And my hope is that the framework will kind of help to illuminate what are those big issues that really do need to be resolved before a demand management program could be set up. As far as specific, you know, legal questions and things like that, I think that the Law and Policy Work Group did some really, really great work and provided some really great analysis in their reports. Those are all available on our website in the July 2020 update to the board. But I also think that, you know, there are some questions that might come in a little bit later, kind of be responsive to, okay, if we do it this way, what are the issues that we would need to work out there? And again, I'm hoping that the framework can kind of help us identify, if we structure a program like this, here are the things that we would need to find a way to make work, or here's how we could make it work, things like that. So I think that some of the legal questions fit in there. But, you know, I think what I've learned throughout this is that education and outreach is actually imperative. You know, making sure that people have a full understanding of what demand management is, what it isn't, how it could operate, how it could not operate, I think is imperative. So although I do think that we can identify some areas of agreement and low-hanging fruit, I do think that it's important also to remember that all of these work groups were created for a reason, including education and outreach, and all of those things are just incredibly important, I think, to figuring out what a program might look like.
Well, I agree education outreach is important. My concern is just how much resources it takes to reach out to all of these entities. Then you discover that there's a basic flaw in the whole thing at the front, and then we weren't investing our resources in the best way possible. But I appreciate it's a complicated issue and you guys are doing the best you can, and you are working through it all, and I appreciate that.
Great, thank you, Ed. Looks like we've got a question from Terry Scango. Hi, Terry.
Yes, I do. I'm wondering why we aren't looking at an alternative for the demand management storage of water whenever it's available, if we get past the legal hurdles and everything. Storing the water in Colorado instead of at Lake Powell seems like a foregone conclusion. We're going to put it in Lake Powell and that's it, no matter what the transit loss is and the evaporation and so forth. We know that's going to be extreme. It seems to me what we should do is we should be investigating placing water in storage in Colorado, what that takes to do that, and at the same time maybe expand the program to include ATMs and maybe leasing some of this water when it's not needed to meet the compact requirements within Colorado, and that would create those opportunities if we had the water stored here. Would also mean less evaporative loss. I think it would be a big asset for the state if that fully consumable water has been changed for demand management were stored here, and when it's not needed, a percentage of it not needed for compact compliance, that's available to be used in Colorado instead of just evaporating it in Lake Powell.
Terry, I think that you raised some really good points, and you also reminded me to say something that I usually say in this presentation I didn't say today, which is that demand management is not a silver bullet. It's not the only tool that we should be looking at. It's not going to, resolve all of our Colorado River issues. We do have some constraints when we're talking about this particular type of demand management, and that all comes from the demand management storage agreement. Pursuant to that storage agreement, we can only store the water in the initial units. We have to at some point presumably get the water to Powell, because it could only be used for compact compliance. That's another important point here, that couldn't be used to create additional supply. It can only be used to make sure that we continue to be in compliance with the 1922 compact. So there are some constraints there, but I think that a lot of the ideas that you're talking about, whether or not they inform or are useful in the demand management context, could inform our broader state strategy for creating more security on the Colorado River system. So I think that they're great points. And I appreciate you reminding me to say that that bit about what demand management could be and what it might not be, and that it's not the end all be all.
Can you expound on why it's not legal to do it and store it in Colorado and still use it to meet the compact? I don't know what laws you're talking about.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just talking specifically in terms of the demand management storage agreement that was created as part of the 2019 Drought Contingency Plan. And I think that in understanding that, it's important to understand just a little bit about the 2007 interim guidelines on the Colorado River that call for the coordinated operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. So if we were to essentially create large amounts of water at this point that we send down to Lake Powell, under those operational provisions, there's a good chance that that water would just flow to the lower basin, because there's this balancing operationally, there are rules in place that kind of seek to balance the reservoirs. So really what that means is, without the storage agreement, without the demand management storage agreement, if we were to create water, send it down to Powell, we would have no mechanism to protect it. This is all kind of narrow, right? This is all based on creating water for compact compliance purposes to ensure ongoing compliance with the compact. The demand management storage agreement was limited to that purpose. So that's what I'm kind of talking about, but I'm not offering an opinion on our ability to store water in other reservoirs in the state. That's just, kind of outside the scope of this discussion.
Well, and that's my point. I think we need to go to that point. We need to look at storing the water here in Colorado and then utilize portions of that if we need to meet the compact. As long as it's not out of Colorado yet, we could use it to meet the compact. We could do that right now. But you're going to have to go through a change of water rights, and you're going to have a water right in Colorado that allows Colorado to reserve water like that. And that's what I think we need to do. That's my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Very good points. And I would add, as Amy noted, of course, the sideboard's with the demand management storage agreement, but we have had conversations with our board and like to repeat that this is, specifically a demand management feasibility investigation, but just one of many, many potential tools that are out there. So I know Director Anderson, who I saw on the call, has voiced concerns about storage within the state. Other board members have had that discussion. So that's certainly something that's on the radar. So I appreciate you bringing that up. So it looks like we've got a question from Bo Schaefer. Welcome, Bo. Good to see you.
Thank you, Greg. I'm kind of a practical kind of a guy, and I'm also very new. So I took a quick look at the websites. Thank you, Russ, for putting those up. I'm still a little unclear as to this demand management situation, but as a practical guy, it kind of strikes me that it's an exercise in futility when the entire state is in a drought, from a drought level 3 to a drought level 5. Nobody I know has any extra water. Everybody's trying to get their allotment, let alone have any extra water. So I mean, how well does a DM program work when there's no water?
I think that's a fair question. It's a good question. I think that it kind of begs the question of what is, how long would this program actually run? Would it run in years when maybe there is, more ability to store water? But I think that you raise an excellent point that we need to think about water availability and how much water could we reasonably expect to put into a program? And also how much water could we reasonably expect to get to Lake Powell? And there are a lot of variables that could impact that.
Well, a lot of it that we find is that spring runoff. We get what we call free water out here to water with, that it isn't against our allotment because it's extra water in the springtime. Sometimes we don't get it. But I mean, now there's extra water that could be diverted because nobody has a claim to it yet. So would something like that be available for the DM program, like a spring runoff, a temporary spring runoff thing?
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of questions that need to be answered about what types of water would be eligible to participate in a demand management program. I mean, the bottom line thing that we know is that it would have to be conserved consumptive use. It would have to be more water in the river than otherwise would have been, but for participation in the program. But exactly what that looks like, I think that there are some open questions, and those are the types of things that we're, I think, hoping that we can explore a little bit more with the development of this framework.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Bo. Looks like we've got Aaron Citron up next. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. Maybe more of a process comment and question. First of all, I think that the structure, I'm pointing at my screen like it's up there, but the chart showing the different options is a helpful way to think through it. So on that, I'm curious, and I'll just ask the questions and then shut up, but what do you expect for the March, I'm forgetting the date, the workshop? Is it going to be kind of a working session to go through that and to discuss some of the different options? Or, I mean, I really like the idea of almost scenario planning, weighing the different, I'm not sure what to call the different cells, but weighing the different options against each other. So I'm curious to hear how that's going to be set up. I'm sure that's not the be all end all, but seems like a good opportunity. Also, as Amy, you've mentioned a couple times, demand management's not a silver bullet. There are these other programs, other types of investments, whether it's forest health, whether it's, I know there were comments made at Water Congress, maybe by the demand management panel that Andy led, about other water that doesn't fit under the definition of conserved consumptive use for the demand management storage agreement. Recognizing that's all important, how do we kind of make sure that we're having those conversations in parallel? Because otherwise it's like we're having demand management over here and then we're having other stuff over here. It's all part of a whole. So what's a useful way to maybe combine the two discussions, recognizing maybe that adds additional complexity and there's value in keeping them separate? I'm just trying to get through my head, how do we think about all these things and understand how investment or implementation on one side affects positive or negatively the other side? So thanks.
I think those are really good questions. And I think I heard two primary questions that I'll try to respond to. The first is, how do we envision the board workshop going on It's March 2nd, 1 to 4 p.m. And I think that what we're really hoping to do is, if you saw the January discussion, we introduced 3 work group, kind of the content of 3 work groups and how they fit into the framework and what we're kind of doing to draft those. We're planning to go through the rest of the work groups at that time that we're developing. So you'll see kind of, first of all, kind of zooming into each of those substantive subject matters for the work groups, how we're actually building those out, how we're creating those building blocks. And then I think that there will be kind of a step back after that of, okay, looking at all of this, does this all fit together? Does this make sense to us? What are we missing? And I think our goal is really to get some robust board discussion and input and feedback on all of that, and to see what we might be missing, to see how it's all fitting together. So I think it will kind of be just a work session, kind of a really focused on board discussion and really focused on going through those elements in detail to make sure that we're all on the same page before we start that iterative discussion across the state about what other people think about it. So that hopefully kind of responds to that question. The second question that you had, how are we kind of holistically fitting all this together? How are we making sure everything kind of comes together, whether it fits in the demand management box or not? And, I do just want to be really careful that today what we're talking about is demand management. It is, the storage agreement. That is kind of the basis of what we're discussing in this time frame. But we, of course, recognize that we need to think about things more holistically. And one thing that we've done to kind of facilitate that is, we heard from the board pretty consistently. We would love to hear some bigger picture Colorado River updates, right? So as opposed to just like, now we're talking about demand management, now we're talking about this. So we started thinking at the staff level, how can we make sure that we're giving our board those updates, like those higher level hydrology updates, kind of just like the state of the basin updates. So we've actually started incorporating regular agenda items for our board on that. And I think, the goal really is that we'll be talking about these things in parallel, that we'll be all working with the same context and information so that we can start to identify those other potential strategies for creating more security. So we're trying to kind of go down that path. And that's some of the things that we're doing to work on accomplishing that.
Great. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Amy. So it looks like we've got Ed Millard with his hand up, and then Tom Gray. And Tom, thanks for being here today. Thanks to you and Jeff for submitting the comments that we had discussed a couple of weeks ago. So I think that will be helpful to this discussion. But I guess we can kick it back to Ed.
This would be a quick question. I definitely want to hear Tom and Jeff talk about their great work. I saw it at the roundtable, and I really want them to have a lot of time to discuss it. Since Amy and Aaron both brought it up, has it been established, or when will it be established, what will qualify as conserved consumptive use? Because it keeps coming up a lot around here. And the ones I'm most interested in, for example, are efficiency improvements going to be qualifying for conserved consumptive use? Because I know Water Asset Management has talked about putting in center pivots and calling that conserved consumptive use reduction. Around here, Montezuma Orchard Restoration Project is talking about putting in drip irrigation. And I think Municipal has talked about reuse. Are those going to qualify as conserved consumptive use indefinitely once they happen, or will they only be like the first or second year, and after that they're a permanent reduction of use, or will they not qualify as all? And again, this is probably just getting a little bit ahead of the curve, but when are we going to resolve those issues?
That's a good question, Ed, and it is a little ahead of the curve. But what I can say is that, like I said before, what we know is that what we're looking at with demand management, I don't even think I've said temporary voluntary compensated today. Wow. So I'll just get that in there. It's temporary voluntary compensated. So the question of what temporary means, I think, we have some ideas, but that's kind of an open question. How do we define it? It has to be conserved consumptive use that puts wet water in Powell that otherwise would not have been there but for the participation. So that's kind of what we know, but I think there's a lot of discussion to be had about what might qualify as temporary. One thing that's important to note is that we would have to reach agreement with the other upper division states on those types of things, on how we're counting this water, what water qualifies. So I think as we see, the UCRC's feasibility investigation kind of ramping up, we might start to see a little bit more discussion on points like those.
Great. Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Ed. All right, Tom, I think it's your turn.
Oh, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So just looking at the screen from your perspective, what needs to be included in the framework, and I think that is exactly the reason the Ample White Green developed our principles that we sent out. And I also want to say thanks to you guys, Amy and Matt and Greg, for the great discussion a couple weeks ago. I think that it was really good to hear your feedback and also not surprise you with what we were going to send out ahead of time, or just have you get it at the same time as everyone else. And one last thing before I talk about our principles is that I really like your options matrix that you have, Amy, that you've been talking about, where there's a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of things to consider. It really highlights how complicated this all is. So what we did in our Big River Committee at our Basin Roundtable is we worked on these for, gosh, I don't know, Jeff Myers can kick in, but the better part of a year, I think. We went back and forth, we vetted them, we talked a lot about wordsmithing to get the right meaning for what fit a broad spectrum of people in our basin. And we were very careful had a lot of really tense discussions, but we were very careful to state concepts and not give prescriptions because we felt like that, many felt like that was what we surely needed to do. We vetted these concepts, and so one of the things, but I'm not going to go into each principle today, or maybe Jeff wants to, and we can, but if there's questions, certainly would like to talk about them. But I want to leave you mostly with this idea that I hope other basins will do the same, because this bottom-up process that this whole concept of demand management entails has to come from the basins and the different perspectives. And if all basins were to kind of follow the outline that I just described of presenting concepts that you felt like had to be in some kind of a demand management program, I would think that would help you, CWCB staff and board, in putting together your framework. And I think it's always better to be out there in front stating your concepts rather than trying to respond after there's a framework out there to respond to. That was also our thought in our basin. And one last thing is that I think if any of you have read those principles, principle number 2, the equity word and the concept of equity, we were very careful there again not to give a prescription but a concept, but this is something that I think Ed referred to as we really feel strong that before demand management can be seriously understood, there has to be some sort of a formula that's understandable, that's defensible, that's easily able to be defined for all basins as to how equity is going to be achieved. And I'm talking mainly about the equity of those who are going to be paid temporarily, voluntarily to reduce consumptive use. And I think if we start there in some sort of bite-sized formula, we will solve a lot of the bigger macro questions that keep coming up about how demand management can be implemented. I'll leave it at that unless Jeff wants to kick in and also give plenty of time for any questions if there are any.
Great, thanks, Tom. Very much appreciated it. And we really did enjoy that conversation we had a couple of weeks ago. And I just wanted to note too, as Russ had put in the chat, we do have the engagecwcb.org website that was really set up for water plan comments, but we're using it for DM as well. That's linked on our website. We now have functionality on that to actually upload documents. So Tom and Jeff and others can actually upload that document as well as any of you. And we know we have other comments that are forthcoming. So we really do look forward to receiving your comments moving forward. And as Amy noted, we've got a whole outreach process that we'll be discussing with the board starting next week at that workshop, and then probably continuing at the board meeting the week after. And then in the months ahead, stay tuned for more outreach, to each of the regional groups across the state, to different conservation districts. We will be working with you to really make sure that we're hearing the input that you have moving forward.
Great.
So I think this is a good discussion. Was that Jeff?
Yeah, so being not the most literate technically, I will definitely try to get that document in the chat here in just a second. I think Tom covered the landscape very well. There are idea here for sure is not to not because the Yampa White Green felt that CWCB and staff that process wasn't working, or that there wouldn't be time down the road, but the objective there were kind of 3 objectives. The first was to make sure that we as a roundtable kind of carefully thought through what was important to us, and I think that was maybe the most important thing. Then secondly, we do get questions from time to time from people to say, well, this demand management thing, in the Western Slope, especially in our country, seems like a pretty important thing. What's the roundtable doing about that? So we wanted to be sure that we had a resource that all our roundtable members could talk to their constituencies from, and have a consistent message. And then the final thing was just, as Amy and Greg and Russ are working through the straw people and developing that, we just wanted them to be aware of those concerns and ideas, those ideas and issues, I guess, a better way of saying it. And so that would be in the back of their mind, and that's kind of how we got where we are today. But I'm with Tom. If every roundtable has that conversation, probably most of you have had it, and maybe you just haven't documented that real well. That I think that we would all be better for it. It's not a small process. In fact, it's a little known fact that the people who landed the Mars rover named their lander Perseverance in honor of the Yampa White Green Big River Committee's efforts to get 33 people to get the same words on one page of paper. So Perseverance is definitely it. But anyway, I think that about covers it.
Great, thank you very much, Jeff. I think the Perseverance moniker could go for all of us these days. I like that. I appreciate it. And I guess I would just add too that as we had discussed, there's tremendous overlap between the principles that the Yampa White Green Roundtable articulated and things that we have articulated through the 2018 work plan, the 2019 work plan, and moving forward. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with this framework as the board puts that together, debates that next week, looks at how we put those pieces together to really get everything on paper in one place, to kind of see how everything shakes out. So that's really our vehicle for this. We welcome any comments similar to the Yampa White Green Roundtable. And I also think a lot of this will really kind of fall out once we get into that engagement process in the months ahead, and everyone can really bite into the framework and kind of use that as a vehicle for that discussion, for things that work, things that may not work, and how those comments may kind of shake out with regard to all those bits and pieces. So stay tuned on that front. We're very excited again to discuss this with the board next week. Looks like we've got Melly with her hand up. Hi, Melly.
Hi, thanks, Greg. Had to unmute myself. Just a couple of comments. First, I wanted to thank staff for all the work you put into the next steps. I think that the plan that you have laid out, it's, of course, maybe a little slow for my taste, but it is the kind of things that brings the opportunity for everybody to provide their input and hears everybody, and it's thoughtful and step by step. So I commend you for that, and I'm looking forward to how that develops, the workshop and what comes beyond that. I wanted to say that I think you're on the right path. The other thing I wanted to mention is in terms of the Yampa, Jeff and Tom, I just had a brief opportunity to look at the document this morning when it came in, and I was very impressed. I haven't taken it apart, but it seems to me like you're capturing, you successfully captured things that are important to different water users and things that are important, probably most importantly, to the community. So I think you've done a great job, and I think that I'm thankful that you've done it. So maybe other roundtables can emulate it instead of, you've paved the way by spending those painless hours and hours and hours trying to reach consensus. I think that helps us maybe avoid some of that and get to it, because I look at this thing and I'm not sure who would disagree with the things that are being said there. So I wanted to mention that. The other thing I wanted to mention in association with that is that taking those principles to, I mean, we need to do a little more research to find out how those principles play out before there is a program, before there's a decision on a program. You know, I'm involved with others in the Upper Colorado. We're trying to answer some of those questions through the ATM project that is going on there, asking some of those very same questions that are being asked. And I think that we do need to, and we didn't talk about that aspect of the CWCB work a lot this time around, but I think that having discrete research projects that gives us some of those answers is critical. Otherwise, they're just words and paper, but we need to know, what are the impacts really? How is this affecting the different communities? We're not all the same. How is this affecting the various communities out there? So anyway, thanks. That's what I had to say.
Wonderful. Excellent points, Melanie. Thank you. And I think that may be a good segue. We can go to the next slide. I think Amy or Kat, somebody's got control. We want to dive a little bit more into the equity discussion specifically. So if there are considerations that you all may note today that we really need to make sure are in the framework, that are kind of the bottom line, or the primary concerns that we may have moving forward. So again, we've captured many of these from the work group discussions, from previous IBCC discussions. We really wanted to pick your brains on any other thoughts you may have with regard to equity considerations that we need to capture in the framework. So I posed that as a question. Also, we wanted to leave some time to pivot to that demonstration project discussion. So Melanie, I think that was a good segue. As you had just noted, that we really need to look at the data, look at the information that we have, how communities may be affected, how it works on the ground. A number of projects are out there currently, a number of projects through the years that CWCB and others have funded, whether it's through the ATM program or other grant programs, other even loan programs. So we are working on gathering that information. Again, as Amy noted, very short of creating any sort of new demonstration program, definitely not creating measurable water flowing down out of state. But we did want to take some time today to have that discussion with you all, especially with regard to potential projects moving forward that you may be aware of locally in your basins. So that will be the next question to tee that up. It looks like we've got another question comment from Ed. I wanted to turn it back over to Ed.
I've been hoping we would get into the meat of equity for a long time. I'm going to start it here. I don't know if we can do it today, because again, I'm always ahead of the curve. And it feeds into what Tom and Jeff were just talking about. The two big issues I want to hear us discuss are, one, how is proportional obligation determined by basin? And the two big questions, is it by post-compact depletions, in which case the burden falls on Southwest and Yampa, or is it all depletions, including senior water rights? And they will ask, why do they have to participate since they're not at a compact risk? And the obvious answer is they are at a buy-and dry risk. And the second one, what is when you do have a proportional obligation by basin, and we've talked about this for 2 years, and it's really the thing we need to start working on here. How do you resolve proportionality versus voluntary? Because there's 4 ways that I can think of that'll play out. One, there won't be enough participation in a basin or several basins. You have to start throwing money at that basin until there is enough participation. At that point, it gets expensive to the state, and the payments are inequitable between basins. In other words, there is just not enough participation, and you have to scale back all of the other basins to match the recalcitrant basis. The third, the program stops being voluntary and participation is forced. And the fourth is proportionality is abandoned and you just take voluntary participation. So I don't know if today is the day to talk about these, but these are the issues IBCC should be talking about square one on equity and proportionality.
Thanks, Ed. Duly noted. And again, I want to reiterate that we are taking notes. Those are issues this body has discussed before. We are certainly open to any and all conversation that folks would like to have today. And again, we're recording this and taking notes, and we'll be discussing this with the board starting next week at the workshop. So good points, Ed. Those are certainly some of the hard questions. All right, we've got Carlisle. Hi, Carlisle.
Hello. I just wanted to comment on the equity discussion. There is no way that equity can totally work. We all saw what happened this week in Texas when people did not have enough water in their cities to meet their needs. If Denver or Grand Junction is short of water, there's going to be riots. They're not going to be short of water. If they are, they will come after my agricultural water one way or another. It doesn't matter whether it's because of demand management or because it's of a curtailment caused by a shortage of water in Lake Powell. Agriculture has the most to lose in this discussion. It also has the most to gain, because if we're going to protect agriculture, we need to find a way to assure that we don't have those kind of curtailments on the river. And that's why this discussion is so important. But I don't think we need to fool ourselves that agriculture isn't going to take the biggest hit however we do it. It's not going to be totally equitable, because ag has a target on us, and that's where the water is going to come from.
Very good points. Thank you, Carlisle. Yeah, much appreciated. All right, we've got Andy. Hi, Andy.
Hey, Greg. Thank you for the comments. I think your presentation is really helpful, and Amy, I appreciate all your insights on this. And I think the discussion has been, as usual, very enlightening. I want to focus on one of the things that I think is in the YAMPA summary, executive summary they sent out this morning, and it touches a little bit on what Ed's touched on earlier, just a moment ago. Let me just first say, Ed, I think there are a lot more than 4 ways we could do this, and there are, I think, reasonable people will differ on a lot of the comments and framework and the way funding might roll out, what's equitable. But I think that, the last sentence in their bullet point number 2 in the YAMPA, it says to ensure equity, some form of interbasin apportionment is required. And I think that the CWCB staff is doing a yeoman's work in terms of trying to figure that out, and proposing something in the framework is probably a bit like a delicate dance for staff members to have to deal with, and even for the CWCB board members. But going back to kind of the fundamental reason that the IBCC exists is for an interbasin compact regarding the apportionment of water. And we're talking about the apportionment of not using water or conserving water, but it really looked at in the reverse is the apportionment of water resources for our state as we enter a new era of extreme shortage. And so that if you're apportioning who has to save the amount of water, you're really apportioning the ability to use water in each basin. That, when you look at House Bill 1177, it is why we exist. And while I really do, and I mean this sincerely, appreciate all the work from the CWCB staff, I think this board, this compact committee really ought to be the ones looking at this issue and potentially creating what I believe, and Chairman George can correct me given the fact that he's the author, but given what was envisioned when House Bill 1177 was passed, this is exactly what the IBCC is supposed to do. And I think if you, while the term equity is helpful, I think it's confusing to a lot of people. I think what we're talking about is apportioning water between our basins. We're talking about apportioning the Colorado River water that we believe and that science shows is decreasing. And so apportioning our state's share within the state. I think that if we're serious about this, we should find a way within ourselves as a committee to structure these discussions and really explore this so that we're not in a position to make a recommendation to the CWCB, but we're in a position to make a interbasin compact that will be ratified, hopefully, by the legislature. That's really what this committee is meant to be. It's not meant to be an advisory committee to the CWCB, although it's great that it is, and that it helps inform those decisions and thoughts and policies at the CWCB. The reality is this committee is a separate entity, and should not shirk its responsibilities under the law, and look at and try to figure out how these waters should be apportioned within the state. And I think it's an opportunity that's standing before us. We can either say, yeah, you know what, that sounds like a lot of work, a lot of political pressure, and we don't want to do that. Or we could say, this is what we're going to focus on because that's why we were formed. I think we ought to focus on it, but I also recognize I'm one voice of, I believe, 27 voting members on the IBCC. So I would throw that out there for thought and very careful consideration by the other 26 members of the IBCC, and ask, each of us to weigh in on whether or not we as a interbasin compact committee should be discussing and attempting to arrive at an interbasin apportionment, not as a recommendation again to the CWCB, but as a essentially compact to be ratified by our legislature.
Thanks, Andy. Very good points. I think, again, the exercise in creating this framework is to really spur that discussion around equity. We've gotten, I think, to equity, settling on equity as an issue with the IBCC, based on the charge of, I wouldn't say apportioning the waters of the compact, but understanding, the history of the IBCC in that discussion as to how we can really, have those hard conversations about basin to basin relationships with regard to something like a potential demand management program. So I think that is definitely the context, and that was very well articulated, Andy. I'm not sure if Director George has any thoughts on that, and certainly we want to open this up for discussion, for other IBCC members.
Well, thanks for the invitation. I'll just jump in ahead of everybody else. There is very clear language in 1177 and a very clear process for doing just exactly what you propose. My recollection is that any two basins can come together and ask IBCC to supervise a negotiated process for sharing of water between the basins. Nothing to it. Now, the reason we probably haven't done that is because it's been helpful to have IBCC and CWCB be pretty close partners. And as we've evolved over the 15 years of life, we've imposed upon CWCB staff, rather than try to seek separate but equal operating cash, and rather than pitting ourselves potentially against each other. I mean, that's the reason it's evolved this way, I think. But it's there. It was really intended to be an alternative to transbasin diversions, for example. Well, this is just has the same bearing and impact as a more traditional transbasin diversion. So I'm, as a process guy, I'm saying Andy's right on target. And so it'd be very important for the rest of us to contemplate, is this a process we'd like to do? And CWCB board would need to be pulled into the conversation, because as part of the way that the demand management process has been developed, is intended to subsume all the work that IBCC is doing. And we chose equity, proportionality, and have done very good work. Now, what you're really saying is who's going to go ahead and go to the next step and begin to make the choices? We're still kind of at what are the moving parts, And today we remembered once again that we're building dilemmas without self-guiding solutions. So that's easy. That means it's time to make choices. And so we've been trying to define equity in a way that works. And the only way it works in my mind is that I need the answer to the question, is it fair to me? And I mean that in the general. Each of us that participates in a collaborative decision has to, in the end, when the proposal is on the table, when the choices have been laid out in front of us, that we look at that and say, am I giving up no more than I can afford to get as much as I can get? And so my need needs to be clear, and what I get needs to be clear for each party. And when you have that done, you've made the choices that work for us all. And Andy, if you want to launch this monster, this is how it has to happen. Now, it can be done. There is absolutely no question in my mind. Whether it'll look like or drive or be driven by demand management is unknown to me, maybe to any of us. But we can certainly begin to put something together that does this if it's to be done.
Wonderful. Thank you, Russ. Great points indeed. And again, the focus of the framework is to really get at this equity conversation. So that I think that's framed up perfectly. What is fair to me? To have those discussions about kind of basin to basin fairness is exactly the conversations that we have been having and want to continue to have with this group. I think we also want to be careful of the scope of the conversation with regard to demand management. And just what is specifically within the demand management realm, and what is maybe above and beyond that with regard to some of the more complicated issues throughout the state. So that's something that we've discussed with many of the work groups as far as some of those legal implications and other complicated issues. So we just want to make sure that we're focusing the discussion as much as we can. Thank you. Looks like we've got another question comment from Ed. Hi, Ed.
I guess the first question is, somebody that knows IBCC statute and charter better than I is, what does it take to initiate that process from the basin? Is it decided by a motion from the roundtable? And I guess a comment, I'm not sure we want to go to a compact, but I am very supportive of starting the discussion in a formal way so that we can have these conversations, and we may never reach a point that we can create a compact. But I think it's great if we could find a mission for the IBCC and put an end to this drift. And as Andy says, this is squarely in the statutory charter for our committee. So I'd like to know how we do it, but I'm not necessarily supportive of doing it because, as you know, we're not huge fans of demand management in the first place. And I'm not sure we need a compact until there is a demand management program. But it's going to be a long, hard slog to work this all out. And I think we should start soon. And I think we need to be meeting more often than 3 times a year, because I don't think we're going to get through these negotiations at the rate that we're meeting right now.
Thanks, duly noted. I want to emphasize too that, again, we are taking this feedback and taking notes, and we'll be bringing all of this back to the board for discussion next week and beyond. So definitely appreciate the conversation. Want to make sure that everyone has a chance to get their input in here.
And Greg, if you don't mind, really, I'm just going to echo something that I think you already said really well, but I do think we need to be and that Ed also said, we need to be really careful about what we're talking about in the context of demand management. There's not a demand management program. There might never be one. So it seems to me that a lot of this discussion, maybe makes sense outside of the context of demand management, but very much relates obviously to the question of equity. And what is, I love the way that Russ George put it, what's fair to me? I think that that's the type of question that we're really hoping to get at with this framework and where we want to focus things. So I do just want to be careful about, what we're talking about here, what we're not talking about, and kind of what the ultimate inquiry is when it comes to demand management.
Greg?
Great, thanks, Amy. So if we got Tom back.
Well, I just wanted to chime in that I agree with Andy's premise, and I don't know that what we're talking about with demand management would be more than 2 basins, as Russ pointed out. It would be all basins coming together with an agreement. I think a couple principles, though, of what's fair to me, Russ, is it's what's fair to me given the parameters we need to be working under. You know, the Colorado Water Plan says we're going to abide by prior appropriation doctrine, and prior appropriation doctrine is not fair. It's fair to those who have senior water rights, but it's not seen as fair to those who are being put on a call, so to speak. So I guess I'm trying to make people respond here, but pre-compact water rights are also exempt from compact curtailment. As Ed said, that means buy and dry sometimes, but still, what we're trying to do with demand management is prevent a compact curtailment, but we need to abide by the principles that would be in effect if the thing we're trying to prevent happened, which is that pre-compact water rights aren't at as much risk as post-compact water rights. So therefore, any agreement that we could make between basins, any compact would need to, I think, recognize that if we go down that road of everybody just looking at it from what's fair to me and a perspective, we're never going to get there unless we have some parameters that says, yes, but it has to be within these guidelines or these goalposts that govern Colorado water law. So I'm going to throw that out there as we could start by saying, here's the things we have to stick with. We have to stick with any demand management is responsible to the prior appropriation system. It doesn't go outside of that unless it's voluntary, of course. And that's what demand management would do, as it's outlined, is because it's voluntary, it allows those who may be senior to the compact the ability to participate in benefiting all Colorado water users, but chiefly Colorado water users that are post-compact. So I'm going to throw that out there as a couple of parameters I think would have to be recognized before we could start down that road of developing a compact agreement for demand management.
Tom, I'll just jump in. Tom's totally right. And in any kind of a consensus agreement or compromise agreement is going to have rules of play, and it is going to have give and take. And all of the laws, everything we're working with here, the state water plan, 1177 demand management, starts with the phrase, and we will honor the constitutional provision of prior appropriation. So there's no question about that. But senior water users can make any choice that fits if they are willing. And that's really, you've said that. And so that's of course, you define your context at the front end and get your rules of play, and then you try to figure out how to fund each other's fairness. That's simply put is how that kind of a structure is made. But this can happen. I mean, we get trapped in demand management because that's the conversation. But there are other ways to do this, just not in the current context of demand management. Remember how we got into demand management? It came from the agreement of all the states for a particular purpose. And that's how we do it. And so we're not bound by demand management if we want to solve some other problem or solve the same problem a different way. The two need to be pulled apart, not put together. That would be fine to me too.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Tom. And thanks to Terry for some of the comments in the chat. Very good discussion, a lot of important considerations. we definitely hear you loud and clear with regard to this conversation about kind of the basin to basin issues with this equity conversation. So definitely want to note that for further discussion, but also to get back to the conversation specifically about the DM framework, the equity considerations moving forward, and how we may address that. Also wanted to remind folks that we do have the June meeting coming up, as noted with the conversation around the education in the months ahead. After discussion with the board, we will have a lot more material for discussion with the Ibcc. So we definitely look forward to further conversations in June. And want any input on kind of how to really form the flow of those conversations as well. Looks like we've got a question or comment from Jairus. Hi, Jairus.
Hey, how's it going? I hope everybody's enjoying this. I am. A couple of comments, Greg. First, I'd like to thank Amy and all her co-workers for the hard work they've done on this. It's not an easy lift, and I'm very appreciative of her and Russ and the other people who have worked on it. I go to a point that Ed raised, and as we've seen now in the last 2 hours, this is a monster that we're trying to deal with. There's so many facets to it. And I think one element that we could begin working on, I mean, I'm not sure we'll ever define equity. What I think is equity, Tom Gray probably won't think is equity, but is the concept legal? And this is something I think we could have the Attorney General and people start looking at. Is the concept even legal? Secondly, we've got to know what the administrative scheme will be in the face of a compact call. And the last time I looked, the state engineer has to call that shot. He has to determine how he's going to administer a compact call. So I think the state engineer ought to be looking at giving us some concepts that he might consider. You know, until you get rid of the priority system, which is ingrained in our Constitution, and Tom, no, it's not fair, but it was designed to meet a situation recognizing that we live in a state that's water short. And I just am not sure how you ever work equity into the priority system. Thanks.
Thank you, Jairus. Very good points. Does anybody else have thoughts? Looks like we got a question coming from Dave Bennett, and I just want to remind us that we are getting towards the end of our allotted time for this, and we did want to get to a discussion, even if it's just a very quick brainstorm, but any thoughts and opinions, knowledge that you may have with regard to demonstration projects that may be brewing within your local areas moving forward.
Well, just quickly, I'd like to also thank.
Turn it back over to Dave.
I'd also like to thank you, Greg, and Amy, and both of the Russes. It's been a really interesting conversation. I really like the framework that you guys have put together for working through the demand management questions. I think a lot of the questions we keep raising on apportionment and equity, maybe we can get to some of those answers through continuing to work with CWCB through that process. And we all know how difficult it's been to this point, and to Russ's point, I mean, it's been kind of a monster. And I think to start trying to negotiate a compact between the basins before we can even work through demand management would probably just lead into a black hole that we may never get out of. So my initial thoughts on it are that we need to keep working together and with CWCB to keep trying to work through these issues on demand management and try to reach some agreement there.
Thank you, Dave. That's helpful, and much agreed. That's the conversation that we've been having as far as trying to really focus this conversation with regard to what is DM specific within the scope of this feasibility investigation, and what are some of these bigger, maybe more difficult issues that may be right a little bit further along within the context of DM and moving forward in the months and years ahead, and kind of how we really crack this nut. So I really appreciate that, Dave. Thank you. It looks like we've got a question or comment from Patrick Wells as well. Hi, Pat.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I guess I'm kind of just trying to find the middle ground here a little bit, and appreciate everyone's comments in this discussion. I guess just how this conversation is kind of striking me, and I think we've wrestled with this the last couple of meetings, is the scope of the question, and the term equity is just so open-ended. It's really tough to get your arms around specifically how to address it. And I think what I've seen is, maybe what I'm looking for is trying to partner with CWCB as much as possible, as Director George said. And my recommendation, I think, in order to be able to partner, we need some very specific questions and a very specific maybe assignment that we could help the board with and provide input on, that's maybe a little less, maybe it's specific questions or perspectives on equity or something, but a more narrow focus on whether it's equity or other demand management questions, something that we can bring our collective expertise to bear on to answer, kind of eating the elephant one leg at a time, and advising CWCB. I do think that the process of negotiating an interbasin compact between, with basin roundtables and, bringing that up through the Ibcc would be very involved, challenging, and could maybe even be counter to some of the goals, or create distractions that could be challenging for the CWCB to manage through. So I just like to offer those thoughts on my perspective.
Great points. Thank you, Pat. Much appreciated. Looks like we've got Aaron up next. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. So I was going to try to answer the question on the screen, but before that, I mean, I really appreciate Andy's perspective. I agree with his interpretation of the statute. I'm not sure where that leaves us, and I'm kind of spinning trying to think about it. So I think this is really valuable to figure out what the appropriate role for us is. And I agree that it's finding somewhere in the middle. If it's just equity, I think that's so difficult a term. Is there somewhere in between equity and a full-on interbasin compacts, or maybe there's something more to consider there? Because I suspect that this is potentially a appropriate but slightly different circumstance than what was envisioned initially when this was drafted. Although, as we've mentioned, we have the drafter here, so we can tell us. To the group discussion question, if we're ready to get to it, and this is maybe a bit of a non-answer, but I feel like we've done a lot of, I'm sure it's not sufficient in all geographies, but we've done a lot of on the ground demonstration projects. What I think would be interesting and would help answer some additional questions is less about maybe not one or the other, but both, and to also kind of pilot a structure as opposed to a project. And I don't exactly know how that would work, I'll be totally honest, but to work out some of the operational issues beyond a farm or ranch specifically, but more how it would work at increasingly large geographies, which I think will inform all of these discussions. I know that if you look at Amy's, maybe not Amy's, but the CWCB's framework, it'll help us understand, well, what level of monitoring and enforcement do we need? Until we kind of try it, I think it's tough to figure out exactly what that's going to look like. I'm sure there's, I don't have the list up here, but I'm sure there's other examples where actually scaling it slightly might be useful to suss out some of the additional questions we might have and help us fill in some of those boxes. It might be that we have to go low, medium, or high on some because of an unforeseen issue in potential program administration. If we decide to go this direction, I know it's not a foregone conclusion. So yeah, so not just on the ground specific, but kind of regionally, how would the structure, how would the program itself work to see what other problems or solutions we might identify that way.
Thank you, Aaron. Very good points to focus on that structure. And I think a lot of this, again, going back to our straw person framework concept, will really help kind of flesh out some of those structural considerations. So that's very valid. Does anybody else have thoughts with regard to potential demonstration project opportunities moving forward? Kind of how we might go about that, things that you may know of that may be brewing that are out there, before we turn it back over to Director George to kind of wrap us up with next steps. Looks like we've got a question from Ed Millard again, and then from Paul Shea. So go first back to Ed.
As I said at the CWCB meeting, I'm not personally in favor of more pilot projects. It's my perspective. I understand why people want to do them, but it gets back again to the legal concerns, and especially Article 3A in the compact. I'm not a lawyer, but the way I read it, it says our compact entitlement, our water rights are supposed to be used exclusively, consumptively used exclusively in the upper basin. And I don't think you can start lobbing water in the general direction of Lake Powell under those terms, but I'm asking the lawyers, and I'd sort of like to have the assistant AG or the River District or Southwest weigh in on it, because once that water lands in Lake Powell, it's not going to be consumptively used in the upper basin anymore. As others have said, it's going to evaporate or it's going to go to the lower basin, and there's no protection for it at all right now. So I just can't see how legally you can keep pressing ahead with demand management pilots unless you're going to put them in in-stream flows or something else that isn't really demand management. So, but that's a personal view. I would rather we didn't do them.
Thank you, Ed. Again, duly noted. And you know, as the slide earlier had pointed out during Amy's presentation, you know, we have no intention of sending wet water down to Powell. We're within the context of existing law, of course. With the administration that we currently have on the books, we're looking at some of these mechanical issues and really trying to learn what we can. But again, we have no intention of really setting up a full-scale pilot program that would really send wet water downstream. And this is something that the board has certainly debated as well. But very much appreciated for those thoughts, Ed. And back to you, Paul, or I guess to you for the first time. Good to see you, Paul.
Thanks, Greg. Great to see you as well. I miss your beard in person. So this has been amazing conversation, and in my mind right now, based on some of the work we're doing, is very much into these demonstration projects, because I feel like Director George worded this well, where we have to create some kind of separation between what we're talking about with demand management and also, you know, possible projects basin-wide that are more focused in water conservation projects. But I think that when it comes to demonstration projects, there's a number of opportunities right now for all of us to be thinking outside the box on, you know, how we operate our daily lives that are focused on water conservation projects or programs that could help potentially inform or I guess assist a feasibility analysis of demand management. And particularly within agriculture, you know, we're back to, I'm really glad somebody brought up perseverance today, is that we can land a rover on Mars. You know, but we're really not addressing in our basin potential projects within agriculture or within communities, I think, widespread enough that really look to save some of this water. I continue to read the news and where we're at with, you know, 40% of lower basin water gone by 2050 in a new article, and then USGS 36 to 80% of, you know, the Southwest, including the Colorado River system, shortage by the end of the century, you know, drastically by 2060. We don't have a lot of time to work on this. And so I think that when I try and think of it, I appreciate and understand and really appreciate CWCB and staff and efforts on demand management. It's a feasibility concept and it sits here, but we have to move into a world right now of what hydrology is giving us. And that's the way that we have to find ways to save water. We have to find ways to use less and to still protect our individual assets. And I also appreciate what Carlisle said, you know, from the ag standpoint on this, is that, you know, if we do nothing, you know, look where we will go, and ag will suffer. East slope, west slope will become more challenging conversations, potential condemnation of agricultural water. We need to find solutions. And so within that, I hope that we look scientifically as we can towards potential projects in water saving operations for both ag and municipal use.
Thanks, Paul. Very much appreciated. And that's a really good summary of what we're looking for, is some of these win-win opportunities. So we are all ears with regard to any other feedback and thoughts you may have. So feel free to contact any of us, whether it's through that Engage CWCB website and or just directly, you know how to find us through email, phone, and whatever else. So thank you, Paul. Very much appreciated. It looks like we don't have any other hands up. So I guess I would kick it back to Director George and Russ Sands as well to really help close this out with this discussion today.
Russ, why don't you talk about next steps in our next meetings? We'll go from there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So as Russ teed up, our next meeting is on June 23rd, and we look forward to seeing everybody online then. I think there's some important milestones in between, not least of which our upcoming board meetings and the board DM workshop, which we hope you'll tune into, but also just the ongoing kind of multiple meetings and workshops we have around the water plan. We will, as last time, and I know that there have been several emails, some from some friends that are listening in, some from IBCC members about getting copies of slides. We are in the process of getting copies of one of the presentations that we didn't have the slides for before today, and we'll compress those and put it all on the CWCB IBCC webpage as soon as we get that. Hopefully we can get that done by the end of the week, but we can definitely commit to getting that up next week. We will also take this recording. It takes a oddly phenomenal amount of time to just get the recording up and load it into YouTube, but we will work on getting that done too, as well as our minutes. So we'll kind of get all those process pieces up. And then to this conversation, I do think it would be helpful, and per Andy's request and Director Mitchell's direction, we'll get the IBCC charter and bylaws up. I'm not sure why those ever got taken down, but things get lost in the transfer of web pages. So we'll put those up as well. And then we can email everyone when they're up. So with that, Russ, George, I will kick things back to you. And I just want to say thank you so much to everybody for the great conversation. And Tom and Jeff, thank you especially too for your leadership in this area, your kindness throughout these discussions. You really brought us in, and I will echo, you guys have been working hard. I think, if I'm not mistaken, your first meeting on this was like a year and a half ago. And the path that you've come to try to build consensus, and even in the final moments, just trying to get everybody's opinion. It's helpful to bring this out, and certainly didn't want to be obstructionist in sending things out, just trying to kind of honor how we send things out and what comes from us. But please take Tom up on and Jeff up on their request if you didn't get a copy of their document, and maybe we can work on making sure that we have all our emails posted too, in case people need access. So with that, I'll give it over to you, Russ. Thanks.
So once again, we come to the end of a meeting of IBCC. I always end up with two feelings, may or may not be contradictory. One is that I feel a bit of excitement because of the way ideas have been exchanged. And everyone's free to participate in the same way, whether we're in a room together or now that we've all kind of figured out this system. And so we get the different points of view coming from different places because the context is different. Amount of background information is different. And so we get the questions, we get the answers. And the other feeling that I'm left with is, okay, and what did we solve? And I think more often than not, we don't remember how much we learned from each other. We just kind of remember, are we going to have that conversation again and not come to a conclusion? And so here we are. But I believe we accomplish an enormous amount by the way we think together. And maybe more often than not, we bounce ideas that won't work. But that's how you get to ideas that do work. And so I think every time, and today is a great example of that, we move ourselves forward. We highlight the importance of what we do. We know why we do it. We can't always see where we're going, but we know we are on the right path. And we know that it's important for us to keep marching one step ahead of each other. We've been doing it in this state with water ever since the beginning. In the beginning, you can take your point in history. You could go down to the San Luis Valley with the acacias, say that right, acequias, of humans moving water to help support humans. And we're doing the same thing today, and we'll continue probably as long as all of us can breathe. So thank you all. I'm grateful. We will be working to prepare the next meeting as it comes in June. But remember, CWCB is meeting in the next couple of weeks, and they're going to keep pounding on demand management. And we've been given this opportunity to be a part of that. So if you can, get on the website or on the Zoom with the board and continue to help if we can, and maybe we'll get some marching orders that'll help us go to our next step. So with that, I'm going to say goodbye, and I thank you all for spending the time today.
Thanks everyone so much. We will see you next time.
Thanks.